Good afternoon or good morning, my brother bishops, and welcome back to day 2 of our plenary assembly. So to begin, I invite Archbishop Vigneron to lead us in an opening prayer.
Thank you, Archbishop. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Following the instruction of our Savior from today's appointed Gospel, we dare to say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Our Lady of Guadalupe, pray for us. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Archbishop. Brothers, thank you for your patience yesterday and also for the good conversation that we had. So I hope that today we continue our conversation as sign of our commitment to serve our people in the United States. So, brothers, I now welcome and introduce to you via recorded address Mrs. Suzanne Healy, Chair of the National Review Board. After her address, Mrs. Healy will be available for questions.
Good afternoon, Your Eminences and Excellencies. My name is Suzanne Healy, and I thank you for the opportunity to address you as the Chair of the National Review Board. This is our second time meeting virtually, and I really look forward to the day when I can address you in person and engage in conversation with you about the collective thinking of the NRB. The United States Church has been implementing the Charter for close to 20 years. The annual audit from Stonebridge Business Partners is the vehicle to measure compliance with the Charter for the protection of children and young people. The safe environment trainings, background checks, letters of suitability, and codes of conduct have an impact on creating safe environments and the slow journey on changing the culture. Such endeavors have protected children. However, the change of culture cannot be complete unless everyone follows the rules. In the 2020 audit, 4,250 total allegations were reported, but as we know, those are predominantly historical allegations, mostly from the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. This large number gives the appearance that nothing has changed in the Catholic Church, and we know that is not true. The number of current allegations reported this year is 22, which is less than the previous year. Of course, one is too many. Those 22 represent less than 1% of the total 4,250 reported allegations. And similarly, the 2004 John Jay study found the allegations over the period of 1950 to 2002 represented about 4% of all ordained clergy active in the USA during the time covered by the study. Today, the audit has revealed to us that the number of new allegations of ordained clergy is less than 1%. These numbers are evidence that the great work and efforts you and your diocese or eparchies have done by implementing safe environment programs and policies are truly making a difference. The NRB wants to acknowledge these facts. Nonetheless, it is the hurt and wounds of thousands of historical cases that victim survivors are now reporting years later that we still must attend to. It is the lessons that we have learned in reviewing the few current matters and the larger number of historical cases that we must perfect and put sound practices in place to minimize the risks of such acts again. Focusing on learned lessons helps to restore trust and to create a culture of safety. Bishops have been involved with the child and youth protection since the beginning with the 2002 Charter, and some of you even longer, and then some, like myself, for nearly 15 years, 10 of which I served as a Victims Assistance Coordinator. When I reflect on where we began in 2002 and where we are today in 2021, the process of ever evolving comes to my mind. While we have put safety measures in place to reduce the number of allegations, we still must address the pain of the number of victim survivors still hurting and just coming forward now. Our church's response to healing and care for the victim survivor has surely evolved over the years, and it is still evolving today, and it needs to continue to evolve tomorrow and into the future. We must focus on the areas of healing and reconciliation, accountability, transparency, and ongoing education for all involved in child and youth protection. You, as bishops and eparchs, have made significant progress over the years. And sometimes we can imagine that it may feel like it is never enough. However, as the pain of child abuse is lifelong, our efforts to heal, protect, and restore trust will be lifelong. It is true, as long as there is one victim survivor or child or vulnerable adult out there feeling hurt or abandoned, we must continue our primary commitment of healing as we stated in Article 1 of the Dallas Charter in 2002. I recently listened to a broadcast by Teresa Pitt Green, a survivor who addressed this body in 2018, who is a co-founder of Spirit Fire Survivor Ministry. She was speaking with Monsignor Stephen Rossetti, a psychologist and faculty member of the Catholic University of America. Monsignor Rossetti pointed out that reconciliation is a slow process. It is about establishing relationships with victim survivors and their families. Bishops, clergy, and laity coming to the table, sitting and talking with victim survivors, while continuing to listen compassionately to build relationships. Monsignor Rossetti said, "We have not yet fulfilled our gospel mandate until we, the church, become the voice of the voiceless victims." The NRB encourages further expansion of our reconciliation efforts, not only for victim survivors and their families, but to the Catholic community at large. Since 2018 and 2019, there has been increased focus and expansion on responding to victim survivors by church ministers. But we must evolve in our response to reach the community of people in the pews, the people who have left the pews, and those who have yet to fill the pews, as well as the clergy who have suffered from the past failings of their brother clerics and have been devastated by the crisis. Improvement is warranted in the area of accountability as measured by our annual audits. It has been the goal of the NRB for years to keep evaluating and implementing new means by which to strengthen the audit process and improve the level of compliance. We have not reached our commitment to the Charter until we have 100% participation from all dioceses and eparchies. For those of you who have reached beyond the Charter mandates and implemented parish audits, we commend your efforts. This year's audit indicates that 35% of dioceses did not have a formalized parish audit program in place. For those who haven't already done so, we maintain that instituting parish audits is good risk management and demonstrates unwavering commitment to a culture of safety. Additionally, the NRB highly recommends dioceses and eparchies to go a step further to implement the principles of high reliable organizations. The Secretariat for Child and Youth Protection is in its second year of training 21 dioceses and 1 eparchy on these risk management techniques, which can be applied in every office and not just child protection. Reach out to the Secretariat's office and arrange a training for yourself and your staff. The NRB applauds the implementation of the Catholic Bishop Abuse Reporting Service, CBAR, in response to Vos Estes Lux Mundi, and we can see instances of its success. However, the NRB recognizes and recommends the need for the CBAR service to also be audited to ensure all matters are being handled according to proper standards. Transparency is another area on which the NRB focuses. For those who have gone beyond specific charter requirements in this area and others, thank you. Publishing lists of clerics with substantiated allegations and making sure that lists include diocesan, religious order, or eparchial clergy, whether they are alive, dead, or otherwise removed from ministry, are but one means of communicating to survivor victims that we hear you. The victim survivor community has been clamoring for full disclosure of all such clergy for years, and we have a long way to go to be as transparent as possible in this area. One victim survivor I personally worked with waited for 6 years to have her abuser be listed. She questioned why her experience was less important than any other victim survivor, just because the accused was deceased and a religious order priest? That was her specific need for justice. The NRB encourages you to look at such lists as exemplary models of transparency. And when your diocese communicates an allegation, it is important to remember that during the course of an investigation, we must treat the alleged victim survivor, as well as the accused, with measures in place that reflect the commitment in Article 1 of the Charter for accompaniment and assistance to the victim survivor until the matter is resolved. Education, as in all areas of academic study, has evolved in child and youth protection and in providing care to survivors. Anyone who meets with survivors, including bishops, clergy, lawyers, investigators, victims assistance coordinators, or safe environment coordinators, should be aware of trauma-focused therapy principles. This presentation is the first opportunity for the NRB to share with you our thoughts on the Theodore McCarrick report that was released in November 2020. The NRB made a statement in 2020 on the McCarrick report, which is available on the Usccb website under the NRB page. The NRB is presently collaborating with the Committee on the Protection of Children and Young People on key learnings from that report and others, including the systemic reporting failures, not putting the child or vulnerable adult in the center of every action, manipulation by offenders, instituting fraternal correction, and the handling of anonymous reports. Accountability is also measured in Vos Estes and CBAR. While the NRB did not support the metropolitan model, we are grateful that in the case of McCarrick, the process initiated by the Archdiocese of New York worked. What we have in place works. In conclusion, the NRB thanks you and encourages you to continue the progress being made in using the expertise of lay Catholics. We are aware that some of our recommendations go beyond the specific requirements of the Charter, and that many of you already minister at that high level. But that is essential to what we all must do and is necessary to minimize risk or harm while restoring trust in a moral and just manner. In Catholic teaching, we are not biblical literalists. Therefore, we may want to evolve beyond being charter literalists. We look forward to our continued collaboration with the CPCYP and the body of bishops. We pray that all our collaborative work is centered on the gospel of healing. Thank you for your attention. I will now be available live via Zoom to take questions. Please use the raised hand feature.
Thank you, Mrs. Healy. Brothers, as she said, please use the raise hand feature. You got a question for Mrs. Healy. Bishop Soto? We cannot see you.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry in the dark here. I just wanted to affirm the recommendation to do an audit of both entities, and I would ask the chair if or the president to whether or not that belongs to the committee for the protection of children and young people, or another committee can take up that recommendation.
Thank you, Bishop Soto. Monsignor, any recommendation?
Thank you, Archbishop. Certainly the committee could take that up, but we also will be, we have a deadline to follow in reporting how things have gone to the Vatican that will be coming up soon. So also in addition, probably Canonical Affairs Committee would also be involved, but we certainly can refer this to the committee.
Thank you, Monsignor Berg. Now, Bishop Brennan?
Yes, just before I was named a bishop a little more than 4 years ago, I was the pastor of a very large multi-ethnic parish in Gaithersburg, Maryland, a little north of Washington. We had 125 catechists, we had a parish school, we had a Boy Scouts, Cub Scouts, Girl Scouts, youth group, we had to go through a lot of training of our volunteers and staff, but I would advocate in favor of the on-site visits, on-site audits, because that's really where you find out what is going on. And we need to know what's going on the ground. Just written reports sent in, they're like virtual meetings compared to being in person. They're not, better than nothing, but they're really not the best. So I would say to brother bishops, support, get your team to do on-site audits in your parishes. It's worth the effort.
Thank you, Bishop Brennan. Mrs. Healy, I don't know if you have any comments on that?
I support what both Bishop Brennan and Bishop Soto are saying, especially the parish audits. By doing that, you are frontline looking at what is happening in your parishes, and that will make sure that everybody is implementing safe environment practices to the best that they can.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Bishop Paprocki.
Yes, thank you. Just to reply to Bishop Soto's question, the Canon Law Society of America did commission a review of Vos Estis, and they're doing that in conjunction with our Committee on Canonical Affairs and Church Governance. So Archbishop Listecki, the chairman of the committee, asked me to represent our committee. I'm working with Susan Mulheron, who is the Chancellor of the Archdiocese of St. Paul and Minneapolis. She's the chairperson of the committee, along with Diane Barr, who is the Chancellor of the Archdiocese of Baltimore, and Monsignor Ronnie Jenkins, who is the Dean of the School of Canon Law at the Catholic University of America, and myself. So the four of us are currently reviewing Vos Estis and should have our work done by the end of the month. And it's not an audit of cases, but it's a review of the document itself, out of which will probably have to come then a review of the Usccb's directives that implemented Vos Estis. So I thought I'd share that information if that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Abrocchi. Bishop Lorenzo?
Thank you. Yes, Susan, I appreciate your comment on the evolving nature of our ministry and work in this area. And there are a variety of things that have changed since the charter, Vos Estis, the Vade Mecum, and now Book 6. And the Stonebridge audit is based on the charter, which restricts the grave delect and our work to offenses committed by clerics. Now, the grave delect is expanded to anyone like lay ministers, religious women and men, etc. And so I think that some review that's being done now canonically on these documents needs to be reflected and studied in relation to the charter itself, since that's how the audit is conducted. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Lorenzo. We can, Monsignor, we can obviously talk to the canonical committee to take into consideration what Bishop Lorenzo said.
Certainly.
Archbishop Etienne?
Thank you, Archbishop. I wanted to thank Mrs. Healy and the NRB for their great work. The one thing that certainly speaks to me in your presentation today and resonates is the drawing our attention to the healing work that is necessary now for survivors, and not just for the survivors, but for the people in the pews and for the clergy as well. And that certainly speaks to my own experience as well as my own efforts in my own archdiocese at this time. And anything that the NRB can offer in terms of just some practical recommendations as to how to go about that. I think one of the things you mentioned is the trauma-informed therapy or the trauma-focused therapy for survivors. Some just broad principles of training for all of us in that regard is certainly something that can facilitate us to be appropriately sensitive and helpful in our conversations with others. So just wanted to thank you for your report and for that particular part.
Thank you, Archbishop. Mrs. Healy, any comments on that?
No, I thank you. I support you. And in our committee meeting with the Bishops' Committee this weekend, we talked about how we could help in the area of healing. So we will be talking about that and offering any assistance we can.
Thank you. Okay, there are no more questions. So our thanks to Mrs. Healy for this presentation and to all the members of the National Review Board for their important work. Thank you very much. Now, brothers, we turn to Archbishop Jerome Listecki to introduce two causes of canonization that we will take up in action items number 1 and number 2. So, Archbishop Listecki, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Brothers, Those of you who've had experience conducting a diocesan inquiry for the cause of canonization know that the universal norms required by the diocesan bishop to conduct 3 consultations. 1, a consultation with the faithful. 2, a consultation with the Holy See. And 3, a consultation with other bishops. The diocesan bishop then takes all of the information he received from the 3 consultations into consideration when he decides whether or not to accept the formal libellus. The universal norms describe the purpose of the consultation with other bishops as an occasion to consider the opportuneness of proceeding with the cause at this time. We are not asked, and I repeat, we are not asked to approve the cause or to endorse it. Rather, it's an important expression of our episcopal collegiality when we offer observations related to the cause's advancement in view of the social, religious, or even political significance. Last November, Archbishop Gomez received 2 requests for a consultation of this body on local causes of canonization. The requests are found in action item 1 and 2 of our meeting documentation. We will take each action item in turn. So first, action item 1 concerns the servant of God, Joseph Verbies Lafleur, a diocesan priest. The Committee on Canonical Affairs and Church Governance received the materials you have before you in the action item and now asks, at the request of Bishop J. Douglas Desautels of Lafayette, do the members consider it opportune to advance on the local level the cause of canonization of the servant of God, Joseph Verbies Lafleur, diocesan priest? Thank you, brothers, for your willingness to participate in this important consultation. And I now ask Archbishop Gomez to assist in facilitating the consultation following Bishop Desautels' pre-recorded presentation.
Thank you, Archbishop Listecki. Brothers, we will now hear from Bishop Desautels, Bishop of Lafayette in Louisiana, in a pre-recorded presentation on the cause of canonization of the servant of God, Joseph Verbies Lafleur. Bishop Desautels.
Joseph Verbies Lafleur lived an extraordinary life in just 32 years. Nurtured by his mother, his calling to be a Roman Catholic priest came at a very early age in Ville Platte, Louisiana, and never wavered. Even though he came from a broken home, this did not stop him from pursuing his dream to be a priest. Although his classmates described him as jovial and with a ready wit, his mettle was forged at St. Joseph's Minor Seminary, St. Benedict, Louisiana, where he was very pious, but also excelled as a student and athlete, and where his toughness and leadership, as well as his determination where competitiveness were developed. At Major Seminary, Notre Dame in New Orleans, Louisiana, one started to see the characteristics that would consume the rest of his life. That is, one of total selflessness, where he exuded the virtue of charity by spending his entire summer vacation teaching catechism and first communicants the Catholic faith. He went on to further live this charitable life as a priest in his first and only assignment as an assistant pastor at St. Mary Magdalene Catholic Church in Abbeville, Louisiana. Here he dedicated much of his time to the teenagers' development through Boy Scouts and co-ed groups, as well as coaching boxing, baseball, football, and basketball. With World War II looming, Father Lafleur felt a new calling to serve as a chaplain in the United States military and volunteered for the United States Army in early 1941, just months before the United States' entry into the war. As chaplain, he displayed heroism beyond the call of duty for the first time when he completely disregarded his own safety at Clark Field on December the 8th, 1941, during the Japanese attack. These actions earned him our nation's second highest honor for valor, the Distinguished Service Cross. Later, as a prisoner of war, his acts of charity became more profound as he seemed to be ever present, and even though kicked, slapped, and beaten, he always sought to better the conditions for the men. Whether it was with his frequent visits to the infirmary, his work in the fields, or by advocating for food or medicine for the men. Even when presented opportunities to evacuate or escape, he knew the men needed him. Therefore, he always chose to stay with them. Eventually, he went to great lengths to ensure he was chosen for a work detail on a Japanese airstrip. After 6 months of manual labor on the airstrip and decreased rations, he ended up on a Japanese hell ship, bound for Japan, when American forces were in the process of retaking the Philippines. Rations became quite meager, and Father Lafleur continued to show the charity he had displayed throughout his life as a priest, giving away what little rice and water he received, and organizing the men in the distribution of the rations. In the final culminating moments of his life, he calmly led the men in prayer as an American submarine torpedoed their unmarked ship. He would refuse to leave the ship with men still below the deck, and was last seen helping men out of the hold of the ship. Just after the war, Father Lafleur's mother was also given his Purple Heart and Bronze Star medals. In October 2017, for his actions as a prisoner of war, Father Lafleur was posthumously awarded a second Distinguished Service Cross and a second Purple Heart. During a memorial mass just after the war, Father Gerard Fry, later Bishop of the Diocese of Lafayette, delivered the eulogy, eloquently stating, "His life as a priest was short, but it was full. He crowded into 6 years the experience and the accomplishments of a lifetime. He did not build churches or schools. His memorial is more intangible, but more lasting, the salvaged souls of the men whom he led safely through the valley of the shadow. He did not grow old in the service of the church, but he served her better than most of us can ever hope to do." The people of Louisiana and the Diocese of Lafayette is most pleased to have had a priest who so completely exuded the virtue of charity and lived as an example of Christ.
Thank you, Bishop de Sotelo. Brothers, does anyone wish to offer any observations on this cause? If so, I ask that you use the raise hand feature in Zoom to be brought to camera. Bishop de Sotelo, if you wish to add any observations, please use the raise hand feature as well. Bishop Provost?
Yes, thank you, Archbishop. I thank also Archbishop Lostecki for his assistance and appreciate Bishop Desatel placing this request before the conference. I am well aware that this is to allow for the cause to advance locally, but I would wish to offer a favorable response to this action to advance that cause. For 8 years, in the late 70s and early 80s, I was assigned to the parish at which Father Lafleur had served in his first assignment. At that time, still living, were a number of older parishioners who recalled with affection and with great affection and the pastoral zeal and devotion of Father Lafleur to his priestly duties. This experience remained with me throughout my priesthood, and I'm pleased to add my testimony to this action. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Provost. That's very helpful too. Anyone else? Archbishop Broglio.
I would also like to support this this cause, not only because he's a military chaplain, but also because he exemplifies so much of what the priesthood is all about. And I was deeply impressed on the 7th of September one year when I went for the annual memorial mass to see a full church of people on Labor Day in the evening testifying to the great interest in this figure and the great remembrance, as Bishop Provost already pointed out, of the great work that he has done. So I'm very grateful to Bishop Deshotel for initiating this cause, and I hope that it meets with rapid success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Archbishop. Anyone else? Yes, there are no more hands. So thank you again, Bishop Deshotel and brothers. As a reminder, let me again read the action item before us. At the request of Bishop J. Douglas Deshotel of Lafayette, do the members consider it opportune to advance on the local level the cause of canonization of the servant of God, Joseph Burbis Lafleur, diocesan priest? This action requires a simple majority of the members present and voting. While we typically take these votes by voice, that is not possible, obviously, in this virtual setting. So the voting will take place via the polling feature within Zoom. So please wait for a poll to appear on your Zoom screen and signify by clicking I if you believe it is opportune to advance the cause of canonization of the servant of God, Joseph Burbis Lafleur, diocesan priest on the local level. We will allow approximately 30 seconds for you to cast your vote. So, Monsieur Borg, can you give us the result of the...
Yes, Archbishop, 99% are in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Monsignor, and thank you, brothers. Now we go back to Archbishop Listecki. Will you please introduce your second action item?
And concerns the cause of canonization of the servant of God, Marinus Leonard Leroux, a professed brother of the Order of Saint Benedict. The Committee on Canonical Affairs and Church Governance reviewed the material submitted by Bishop Sweeney and now moves. At the request of Bishop Kevin J. Sweeney of Patterson, do the members consider it opportune to advance on the local level the cause of canonization of the servant of God, Marinus Leonard Leroux, a professed brother of the Order of Saint Benedict? Again, I ask Archbishop Gomez to assist us by facilitating the consultation following Bishop Sweeney's pre-recorded presentation.
Thank you, Archbishop Listecki. Brothers, we will now hear a presentation from Bishop Kevin Sweeney concerning the cause of canonization of servant of God, Marinos Leonard LaRue, a professed brother of the Order of St. Benedict. Bishop Sweeney, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Archbishop Gomez, Your Eminences, and Your Excellencies. It is truly an honor for me to have this opportunity to address you this afternoon for a few minutes. Soon after I was ordained and installed as the Bishop of Paterson, just about a year ago, on July 1st, I learned that my predecessor, Bishop Arthur Serratelli, had sought and received permission to open the cause for beatification and canonization of Captain Leonard LaRue, also known as Brother Marinus, OSB. Soon after my ordination, I began to learn the story of Captain LaRue, who after a distinguished career with the Merchant Marines, had entered the Benedictine Abbey of St. Paul, located here in the Diocese of Paterson in Newton, New Jersey. In March of 2017, Bishop Serratelli had been contacted by Father Sinclair Oubre, Director of the Apostleship of the Sea. Less than 2 months after being contacted by Father Oubre, Bishop Serratelli began the process of requesting permission to open the cause. As I have become more familiar with the life story and vocation of Captain LaRue, Brother Marinus, I can see why Bishop Serratelli acted so quickly. The main reasons can be found in the statement of ecclesiastical importance, which I believe you have all received in advance of this presentation. First and foremost, it is my conviction that Captain LaRue's example of virtue will surely inspire many seamen and merchant mariners to pursue a life of holiness. Although our history knows many patron saints of sailors and navigators, Captain LaRue would be the first contemporary mariner to be beatified. Second, Captain LaRue's rescue of 14,000 Korean refugees could become an invaluable tool for new evangelization amongst our Korean sisters and brothers, Korean communities both here in the United States and in the Republic of Korea. It is reported that over 1 million Koreans are now descendants of the refugees from that ship, the Meredith Victory, including the current president of South Korea, Moon Jae-in. And just a side note for those who might be unfamiliar with the story, thanks to Captain LaRue's leadership and bravery and that of his crew, 14,000 refugees were rescued from Hungnam Harbor as they fled the Communist Army of North Korea on December 22nd, 1950. It is reported that after a perilous 450-mile journey taking 2 days, all the refugees, including 5 children born during the trip, arrived safely at their destination, Busan Harbor, on Christmas Eve. And lastly, I believe that in a rather unique way, the life of Mr. LaRue combines the two callings, lay and religious. His successful career as the captain of the ship and his subsequent life as a Benedictine monk, Brother Marinus, speak loudly to the fact that holiness is not tied to a particular vocation, but that it is lived out in all circumstances. Here I'd like to add a personal note. I was born and raised in the Diocese of Brooklyn. I am what some might call a lifer. I attended our diocesan high school seminary, and upon graduation I was accompanied by 4 classmates entering the college seminary. We became a class of 6 as one classmate joined us after graduating from public high school. My 4 high school classmates eventually discerned other paths. My public high school classmate and I would eventually be joined by 7 new classmates over the course of 9 years for an ordination class of 9. My public high school classmate is Father Gabriel Lee. His parents were born in Korea, and he is one of many priestly vocations that have come from the Korean Catholic community in the Diocese of Brooklyn, especially during these last 25 years. Last year, on August 1st, I had the privilege of ordaining my first ordination class as the Bishop of Paterson. And one of those 5 new priests is Father Chris Han, who is part of the vibrant Korean Catholic community here in Paterson and in northern New Jersey. You can learn how beloved Brother Marinus, or Captain LaRue, is in the Korean Catholic community, both here in the United States and in the Republic of Korea. Another aspect of the ecclesial importance of his life and example is his impact on saving the Abbey here in Newton, which was on the brink of closure and in the 1990s, in the early 1990s, when the Benedictines in Korea heard of this, they sent 6 monks who continue to serve in the Abbey, which is now a center of the Korean Catholic youth ministry, not only here in New Jersey, but in New York City and the surrounding area. While I did not know of the life and example of Brother Marinus until I came here to Patterson, I did know of the fruits of the example of his life and holiness, especially in the Korean Catholic community. I believe that the cause of Brother Marinus could lead to another American citizen being raised to the rank of venerable or higher, and who could become the first saint from the merchant marine community and the apostleship of the sea. I thank you very much for your time and attention today, and I respectfully ask you to please prayerfully consider giving your approval to support this cause moving forward. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Bishop Sweeney. Another beautiful, first of all, thank you for sharing with us your own experience and also a beautiful example of heroic Christian life. So, brothers, does anyone wish to offer any observations on this cause? If so, again, I ask you to use the raise hands feature in Zoom to be brought on camera. Bishop, I think we don't have bishops. Bishop Cahill.
I'd like to thank Bishop Sweeney for his beautiful presentation. And on behalf of all of our Stella Maris chaplains, thank him for advancing the cause. I believe Brother Marinus will be excellent for our mariners, seafarers, especially these difficult times, especially as we're focused on Eucharist, a source of strength for our lives and some of the challenges that our mariners face every day. So thank you for your great work. I just want to express with Deacon Paul Rosenblum, who is our regional director, and Sister Joanna, who's our national director, our appreciation for your great work and for all our seafarers.
Thank you. Bishop Lorenzo.
Thank you, Archbishop. My own monastery is located also in the Diocese of Patterson, St. Mary's, and there was a great collaboration between St. Paul's Abbey and St. Mary's Abbey, and I knew Brother Marinus in the 70s and 80s, and he was truly a good, humble, and holy monk. At his funeral, which I attended, Koreans from all over the country, as well as from South Korea, attended to honor him and to express their gratitude for his heroic work during the Merchant Marines. I strongly support his cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Lorenzo. Any other comments? Bishop Sweeney, any other comment?
Just a word of thanks, and just to mention, there's a book that came out recently, Mariner and Monk, that by a Philip Lacovara, that for anyone interested in the cause, it does a wonderful job, especially on the rescue and all that led up to his entering the Abbey at St. Paul's. So a word of thanks to Bishop Saratelli and for all the support that we've received as we hope and pray that the cause will go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Sweeney. Are there no more hands? So, brothers, we go to the action item. So, as a reminder, let me again read the action item before us. At the request of Bishop Kevin Sweeney of Patterson, do the members consider it opportune to advance on the local level the cause of canonization of the servant of God, Marinus Leonard LaRue, a professed brother of the Order of St. Benedict? This action also requires a simple majority of the members present and voting. Again, since voice vote is not possible in this virtual setting, we will use the polling feature in Zoom. So please wait for a poll to appear on your Zoom screen and signify by clicking I if you believe it is opportune to advance the cause of canonization of the servant of God Joseph, of the servant of God Marinus Leonard LaRue. So we will allow approximately 30 seconds for you to cast your vote. Okay. Monsignor Bartley, do you have the result?
Archbishop, 99% are in favor. Therefore, both causes for canonization, both actions pass.
Thank you, Monsignor, and thank you, brothers. Thank you very much, brothers. So we go to next action item. So next is Bishop James Wall, chairman of the subcommittee on the Native American Affairs. Bishop Wall has pre-recorded his presentation for action number 3, which is the development of a new formal statement and a comprehensive vision for Native American and Alaska Native ministry. Bishop Wall will be available live for questions after his address. Bishop Wall, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Brothers, the action item before you is for the consultation of the General Assembly to develop a pastoral plan for Native American Alaskan Native ministry. An outline is provided for you. In October of 2019, Catholic Native leaders from throughout the United States were invited to a listening session sponsored by the bishops on the Subcommittee of Native American Affairs. Along with bishops of the Subcommittee of Native American Affairs, archbishops and bishops who have a large Catholic Native population attended. Also, the leadership from the Knights of Columbus, the Black and Indian Catholic Mission Office, and other national groups attended. During this summit, the Catholic Native American leaders requested that a complete pastoral plan be developed by the subcommittee and presented to the General Assembly. During this summit, the Catholic Native leaders presented their concern that there was a perceived lack of interest in Catholic Native ministry by the Catholic Church in the United States. The pastoral plan will help reassure Catholic natives that their ministry has a high priority in the Church. The last time the General Assembly passed a major pastoral plan for Native Americans was 1977. Many aspects of ministry have changed in the last 44 years, including approaches to racism, the canonization of St. Kateri Tekakwitha, and new approaches to aspects of social justice in Native communities. Pope Francis, in his writings and talks, have made Indigenous peoples a priority in the Universal Church. Native National Catholic ministry leaders have noticed a need for coordination between national Catholic Native organizations, archdioceses and dioceses, schools, missions, and parishes. A national pastoral plan is a most important step in this coordination. Currently, there is not a guide for the Catholic Church in the United States in approaching, understanding, and promoting Catholic Native ministry. A comprehensive statement will help the Catholic Church in the United States to respond to Native ministry. There are some concerns of the Native communities that have never been addressed by the General Assembly, such as reconciliation from the boarding school period. The pastoral plan will be the first time that an important issue such as this has been addressed, adding to the benefit of Native relations with the Church in the United States. Thank you, brothers, for your attention. I will join you live for the remainder of my presentation in a moment. And for the purposes of our parliamentary procedure, I will read the action item in relation to the question that is now before us. Do the members authorize the development of a new formal statement and comprehensive vision for Native American Alaskan Native ministry? I ask Archbishop Gomez to assist in facilitating the discussion on action item number 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Wall. Brothers, I take this opportunity to remind you that action item number 3 is available on the Bishop's Only website. At this time, I invite any discussion on the item. Please use the raise hand feature to come on camera. Archbishop Hebda.
Thank you, Archbishop. I think this is an excellent idea. I would encourage the committee as they're drafting, if that's the direction in which we go, to really consider also ministry to Native Americans outside of reservations, right? I noticed that the proposal speaks about poverty, for example, on reservations, which is obviously a very big issue, but there's also great poverty in urban centers throughout our country. We certainly experience that here in the Twin Cities. So I would just ask that that would be part of the discussion as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Archbishop. Bishop Wall, any comment?
Yes, we have taken that into account. There are actually more Native American peoples living in urban centers than on reservations or on pueblos. So that is something that we're taking into account.
Thank you. Bishop Werfel.
Having served in Alaska as a priest and bishop for 26 years amongst Native Alaskans, and now Montana for the last 13 years of many of the High Plains natives. We recall a woman once saying, a Native lady saying that that natives can be present yet unseen and unheard and are like second class Catholics. So I just really support the development of such a document to reach out to our Native Catholics and I would support also Archbishop Hebda's. You know, many of our Native Americans live in cities, so I just support the document.
Thank you, Bishop Werfel. Bishop Lucia.
That I would like to raise, maybe to Bishop Wall, is if they've considered in drafting this document, they're going to talk about the residential schools, but also if there's any consideration even to go back a little bit farther and look at the doctrine of discovery. The reason I bring that up is because it was just brought up to me this morning in another meeting I had right here in Syracuse. And so I just raised that as another possible area. No document can say it all, but it is a concern that was raised with me just this morning.
Thank you. Bishop Wall?
That has been a part of our discussion at the Subcommittee for Native American Affairs over the last few years. And so it is something that we will take into account when we address this. Yeah, it's very, very, very good point.
Great. Thank you, Bishop Wall. Archbishop Etienne?
Thank you, Archbishop. I'd just like to speak in favor of this proposal. Certainly in my years as bishop in Wyoming and again in Alaska and now even in Washington and Seattle, I've grown to love our Native American people, our Alaskan Native people. And I think this particular proposal is very timely and much needed, and want to speak in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Archbishop. Bishop Ricken?
Yes, I too would like to weigh in favor of this wonderful idea and opportunity. There's a lot of need for healing among the Native American community, between the Anglo community and the Native American community. Having served in Cheyenne and here in Green Bay as well, there are tremendous, tremendous needs. Also being able to speak from our spirituality, the Catholic spirituality, and intersecting with Native American type of spiritualities is important to help them to see the connections and the differences. I think St. Kateri could be very helpful to us in helping us to understand through her intercession the two worlds that she lived in and managed. So I think the opportunities to deeply listen to the Native Americans and see how we could be of assistance would be a wonderful thing this writing of this document could help with. Thanks, Bishop Wall, for advancing this.
Thank you, Bishop Ricken. Bishop Clark. You. Bishop Bigler.
Yeah, yes, I can speak now if Bishop Clark is not going to. Is that correct?
No. Bishop Bigler, just go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to briefly speak in support of this proposal. Also, by both ministers, a priest and a bishop in different dioceses with Native Americans and from an area of Native Americans myself. Just to reiterate or support also the comment regarding the need for a greater understanding of the history of what's happened here. That's more and more something I'm aware of both with Native and white people, both need some greater understanding of the history of what's transpired, which would facilitate a greater relationship between the different peoples. So just want to encourage that part of the pastoral plan would include that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Bigler. Bishop Clark.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to speak in favor of this movement. I've been involved with the Native American here in California for the nearly 21 years that I've been auxiliary bishop in Los Angeles. We are probably the second largest urban community of Native Americans in the United States. So I really endorse the idea that we need to involve in this document recognition of the situation of urban Native Americans. I also know the deep suffering and pain that I've heard over and over, and the suspicion that many Native Americans have about the church. And of course, California has a most unique situation of dealing with Native Americans. And lastly, I would say that California bishops have made an outreach and a promise to assisting, as we're doing in the 12 dioceses of California, our Native American communities, both on and off the reservation. So I highly endorse this, and I hope that Bishop Wall would include some representation from bishops or dioceses with large urban Native American communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Clark. Bishop Wall, is that something that you all are considering?
It is. Thanks, Bishop Clark, and that is something that's on our radar as well. We want to make sure that we're having a large representation of people from around the United States, of the different indigenous people, the Native Hawaiians, Native Alaskans, Native American peoples. We also have we get input from the Mayan community, as well as from the indigenous people here in the United States who are from Central and South America. So we're making sure that we're trying to pull as much input as possible from all over. But again, understanding that we have a good number of people, Native American peoples, that do live in these large urban centers, and excellent example is Los Angeles.
Thank you, Bishop Wall. Bishop Olmsted.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I would like to just raise up the fact that we not only need to look at the past, the residential schools in the past, but also the Catholic schools we have now that are serving our Native American people. We're very blessed to have St. Peter's Indian Mission School here in the Diocese of Phoenix, and it does a really great job. The Franciscan sisters there in a particular way, and the Franciscan friars as well. I would also say we should not forget that COVID had a really terrible impact on Native peoples, certainly here in Arizona. And so the health and the well-being of our Native brothers and sisters, I think, is very important. And I would hope not only where we have Catholic schools, but that we'd also keep a special eye on the young Native Americans, the millennials among them, and the fostering of vocations among them, which could be a great source of leadership for the future of our Native communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Olmsted. Archbishop Naumann?
Yes, I want to also speak in favor of this. We're fortunate here in Kansas to have the Potawatomi Reservation, and we're proud that Archbishop Chaput is a member of that nation, and celebrate the contributions they've made. We also are fortunate to have the Haskell Indian Nations University here in Lawrence, Kansas, and just another important institution that have served Native Americans. And finally, our only canonized saint to live in the Archdiocese, St. Rose Philippine Duchenne, came here to accompany Native Americans. So I think this is an excellent recommendation and effort, and we thank Bishop Wall and his committee for doing it. Thanks.
Thank you, Archbishop Naumann. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, brothers, and thank you again, Bishop Wall. Brothers, this action requires a simple majority of the members present and voting in order to move forward. There are no amendments for this action. Voting will take place via electronic ballot posted on the Bishop's Only website. Voting will be open until 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. The final results of the votes will be announced during our session tomorrow. So thank you again, Bishop Wall, and thank you, brothers, for the consideration on this proposal. So now we go to the next action item. So at this point, I invite Archbishop Leonard Blair to present action number 4 for debate and vote. Please keep in mind this action item will require an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the Latin Church members, with subsequent confirmation of the confirmatio of the Congregation for Divine Worship and Discipline of the Sacraments. Voting on this action will take place via electronic ballot on the Bishops Only. All of the amendments tables being discussed today also can be found on the Bishops Only website. Archbishop Blair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Archbishop. Brothers, again, this is action item number 4, the ISIL Gray Book of the Blessed Virgin Mary, Mother of the Church. There have not been any amendments proposed for this particular text, so I invite Archbishop Gomez to call for discussion and vote.
Thank you, Archbishop. Thank you, Archbishop. Brothers, as a reminder, I will read the action item once again. Do the Latin Church members of the Usccb approve the ISIL Gray Book of the Blessed Virgin Mary, Mother of the Church, for use in the Diocese of the United States of America? Brothers, at this time, I invite any additional discussion. Bishop Soto, but you got to turn your camera on.
Let me just turn the sound off here. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to ask a simple question. I'm assuming because I was looking at the text and it had the problematic language there of one God, and if that will be addressed in when it's finally approved of making that correction.
Thank you, Bishop Soto. Archbishop Blair?
That's very interesting. With all of this electronic stuff, I don't have the booklet right in front of me. Maybe Father Menke does, but certainly, there are some times where it is one God in the Latin. Father Menke, is this one of those cases? Did we miss it, or is this something else?
No, Bishop Soto has a good eye. That was an oversight on our part, but we'll certainly correct it before we send it to Rome if the bishops approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Menke, and thank you, Bishop Soto. Good eye. Any other comments? Okay. So, brothers, this action requires an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the Latin Church members to pass. Voting will take place via the electronic ballots posted on the Bishops Only website. Voting will be open until 6 p.m. Eastern. The final results of the votes will be announced during our session tomorrow. Thank you, Archbishop Blair. So now we go to action number 5. Archbishop Blair will present it for debate and vote. Please keep in mind, this action item will require an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the Latin Church members, whose subsequent confirmatio of the Congregation for Divine Worship. Voting on this action will take place via electronic ballot and Bishops Only. All the amendments tables being discussed today also can be found on the Bishops Only website. Archbishop Blair?
Thank you again, Archbishop. You have before you the Group 1 amendments to action item 5, which is another collection of texts that will be part of a new edition of the Liturgy of the Hours. There is one Group 1 amendment that has been accepted by the Committee on Divine Worship, and I move that this amendment be accepted.
Okay, thank you, Archbishop. Brothers, if any member decides separate consideration of any amendment in Group 1, please raise your hand in Zoom and be prepared to call out just the identified numbers of those amendments once you have been brought to camera. Bishop Thomas.
Thank you, Archbishop. Mine is not referring to a particular amendment, but it's more of a question that I would like to ask about a stylistic editorial question regarding all of the intercessions as they are presented. So I wonder if this would be the moment to be able to present that question to Archbishop Blair.
I'm not sure. During the discussion, I think it's gotta be. Or maybe Archbishop Blair, you have any comment? We can just.
Well, I certainly would try to answer any question I can. Again, with this electronic stuff, I'm a little bit at a handicap. I'll try to find the text here. But if you determine, Archbishop, that it's appropriate in this part of the conversation, I'll do my best.
I mean, we're just voting on the amendments, so I think we probably better wait to later on to talk about that. So let's go back to see if there is any other amendment that one of the brothers wants to bring to our consideration. Bishop Thomas, we can talk about that later on. So there are no other hands, so no requests, so there will be no such request. All the amendments in Group 1 are adopted. Thank you, brothers, for your consideration of Group 1 amendments. Now I ask Archbishop Blair to lead us through the Group 2 amendments.
Yes, there are two Group 2 amendments for these additional intercessions and Psalter concluding prayers for the Liturgy of the Hours. They've been made available to you via the Bishop's Only website. I move that these two amendments, which have not been accepted by the committee, be rejected.
Thank you, Archbishop. Brothers, if any member desires separate consideration of any amendment in Group 2, please raise your hand via Zoom, and when brought to camera, call out just the identified numbers of those amendments. They were rejected. He said they were rejected. So there is no request. So there have been no such request. All the amendments in Group 2 are rejected. So before moving on with
We could go right to Bishop Thomas and explain.
Okay, we can go to Bishop Thomas. No, let me say before that, before moving on with the discussion without objection, sorry about it, all the amendments in Group 2, except those just named, are rejected. So, Bishop Thomas, I think Father Menke can make a comment on your question. Father Menke, can you?
Not having heard his exact question yet, I can say that the current vote concerns strictly the Latin translation. The committee hasn't begun to talk about editorial or design questions for the next edition of the breviary. I presume that'll be taken up sometime in the next year or so.
Okay, thank you. So now we can go on the vote on the action. So, brothers, as a reminder, I will read the action item once again. Do the Latin Church bishops of the Usccb approve the ISEL Grey Book of the Liturgy of the Hours, additional intercession and Psalter, concluding prayers for the use in the Diocese of the United States? I invite any additional discussion. So I know, Bishop Thomas, are you okay with the response or you need to bring it up again?
Archbishop, thank you so much. Perhaps I can express it, and then maybe Father Menke or Archbishop Blair could indicate at what point it would be best suggested. And the observation is this: in the celebration of the liturgy hours, whether it's with bishops, priests, deacons, religious, or lay people, it's often that in the intercessions, the response is spotty at best and variously done differently. And my observation and question was going to be whether or not the committee could take up at least perhaps an editorial note regarding the response, which is given often in italics and sometimes said by all, and then others say the rest of it, but they don't go back to that response. So for example, in the Liturgy of the Hours introduction, number 192, it reads, each intention consists of two parts. The second may be used as an alternative response. So my observation was going to be throughout the Liturgy of the Hours, if that alternative response, which now is in italics, perhaps there could be some brackets and some indication, whether it's a letter R with a line through it, indicating that that's a possible response, but it's optional, not to be done all the time when praying the intercessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Thomas. Archbishop Blair or Father Menke, any comments?
Well, I think that that's a very reasonable, practical observation to be made as we move forward with new Liturgy of the Hours, and we certainly can take that into account. I don't know if Father Menke has some other perspective on this or additional information.
Well, we had planned to start to look at some options for how we might do that, and we will discuss that. Like most of the post-conciliar liturgical books, there are a lot of options, and sometimes those options create some confusion because not everyone will be on the same page. So hopefully with some design elements, we can help minimize that confusion.
Thank you, Father Menke. Any brothers, any other comments? So it seems to be no other comments or questions. So again, is the action item on the ICEL Great Book of the Liturgy of the Hours, additional intercession and Psalter concluding prayers for the use in the Diocese of the United States. So I just want to remind you that this action requires an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the Latin Church members to pass. Voting will take place via the electronic ballots posted to the Bishops Only website. Voting will be open until 6 p.m. Eastern. The final results of the votes will be announced during our session tomorrow. Now we can go on action number 6. Action item number 6. So Archbishop Blair will now present it for debate and vote. Again, keep in mind this action item will require an affirmative vote of the 2/3 of the Latin Church members and with the confirmatio of the congregation. Voting on this action will take place via electronic ballot on Bishops Only. All the amendment tables being discussed today can also be found on the Bishops Only website. Archbishop Blair, please proceed.
Thank you, Archbishop. Action item number 6 is a new English translation of the Order of Penance. No amendments have been proposed for this text, so I ask Archbishop Gomez to call for discussion and vote.
I'm ready for it.
Thank you, Archbishop. So there are no amendments for action number 6. Brother, as a reminder, I will read the action item once again. Do the Latin Church Bishops of the Usccb approve the ICEL Great Book of the Order of Penance for use in the Diocese of the United States? Is there any additional discussion? Archbishop Sample.
Thank you, Archbishop Gomez. It's not a comment on the translation itself, but just maybe when this is promulgated, presuming we get the recognitio of the Holy See, I think it would be a good time when the new rite of penance in the translation is released to remind confessors to actually use the formula for absolution. There's been a slight change in the formula for absolution, which is fine. Of course, we're all going to have to get used to that because we've all got the old one memorized. But I just find a lot of concern among penitents at times who come to me and are unsure whether they have received a valid absolution because the priest messes around, if you will, with the formula of absolution. Like all the sacraments, the formula here is essential to the validity of the sacrament. And I don't know why priests feel the freedom to play fast and loose with the formula for absolution, but it causes, quite honestly, I've had the experience myself going to confession and being concerned about the words that the confessor used. And I say this as a pastoral concern for our people whose consciences can be very bothered by this if they have to walk out of the confessional and doubt whether it was a valid absolution formula. And I just don't think we should put that burden on our people and reassure them. So I would hope that when the new rite is promulgated, perhaps the committee can consider in any accompanying documentation that there be a reminder to confessors to please use the formula that's provided in the rites of the church. Thank you.
Thank you, Archbishop. Any other comments? Bishop Soto.
I know. Well, I want to thank the committee for the wonderful work on this, and I noticed that in the introduction there was the style was to refer to, would have his, and then you'd have her in parentheses, and I just was, and then I wanted to ask the question as to why perhaps wasn't consideration given to using the plural in those cases, like there. And I think in current English, that's been often the preference as opposed to using the his, her option. So I just wanted to seek some clarification on that.
Okay. Archbishop Blair?
Yes, well, having had some experience in this, I'm not sure I quite understand, because we don't use the plural there for the singular, his or her. And I have to say, as you can all appreciate, that the work of ISIL was greatly complicated by trying to deal with the question of male, female in the language. So some different solutions were employed in different circumstances, but I don't think we would have seen them provide there for an individual person.
Thank you, Archbishop. Any other comments or questions? So, brothers, this action requires an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the Latin Church members to pass. Voting will take place via the electronic ballots posted to the Bishops Only website. Voting will be open until 6 p.m. Eastern. The final results of the votes will be announced during our session tomorrow. So I believe that concludes the actions for the Committee on Divine Worship. So thank you, Archbishop Blair, and thank you to the committee. So now, brothers, we go to the action item number 9. At this point, I invite Archbishop Salvatore Cordileone to present action number 9 for debate and vote. Please keep in mind that as a formal statement of the body, this action item will require an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the conference membership. The vote will take place via the electronic ballots on Bishops Only. All the amendment tables being discussed today can be found on the Bishops Only website. Archbishop Cordileone, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Brothers, you have before you the Group 1 amendments to action item number 9 on proposed pastoral framework for marriage and family life ministry in the United States, Call to the Joy of Love, which have been accepted by the committee. I move that these amendments be accepted at the recommendation of the committee.
Okay. Thank you, Archbishop Cordileone. Brothers, if any member desires separate consideration of any amendment in Group 1, please raise your hand in Zoom and be prepared to call out just the identifying numbers of those amendments once it has been brought to camera. Once that you have been brought to camera. Any Karen Supic. Could you please put your camera on? Just the number, to know the number, and give us the number of the amendment.
Yes, thank you. It's I'm trying to scroll down here on the page. So it would be I don't know if there's a number of the amendment, but it's on page 26. Is there I didn't see a number for the amendment.
And thank you, Your Eminence. Anybody else is? No? Okay, so another one. If you have any requests, please. Karen Supich, you want to make another comment?
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about both of the amendments that I made. And there was no number to them, only the page number where I refer these to. So I think we're both on page 26.
There are some others, and we need to. Anybody else? Okay. So before we talk about the amendment from Karen Supich, first, without objection, all the amendments in Group 1, except the ones that Karen Supich is talking about, are just adopted. So now we go to to that amendment from Karen Supich. Can you state the amendment, Karen Supich?
Thank you. Let's see here. Trying to navigate this thing. So this would be lines 1031 and 1032. And I'm grateful for the committee for accepting this. I would just add that with the footnote, that you would also have Amoris Laetitia 304, because that deals with the rules of discernment. 307 deals with the logic of mercy. And so both of those are mentioned in the amended text that you have. And I would just ask that other footnote to quote. And then the other one is, let me look here. This would be lines one. It would be one. Let's see here. Yes, 1010 and 1011. Again, I'm grateful for the consideration of my amendment being accepted. I would just add in the footnote, if you could be good enough to put, as you have Amoris Laetitia 291, I would put 291 FF following, because that really takes in the 2 points again that deal with the amendment that I'm making. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Your Eminence. Archbishop Corleone, any comments?
With regard to the section on lines 1031 through 1032, we thought that it was adequate to cite that section of Amoris Laetitia, which speaks about, excuse me, I'm trying to find it right now. Excuse me, let me start earlier on. There were two considerations on page 26, correct? So let me start with 1010 through 1011. This is where we thought it was adequate to cite this section of Amoris Laetitia about the rules for faithful discernment and the logic of mercy, with a footnote citing that in 291. So we thought with this sort of economy of words, it adequately addresses the concern.
91 is a beginning.
Karen Supich.
Can I speak? Yes. I was just saying that, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
We can.
You can. So I'm just saying that I appreciate that very much. I think 291, the beginning of the chapter, is adequate. I would just ask 291 following, just put FF, because it really does deal with those two questions as that text follows beyond 291. That's the courtesy I'd ask. The second one, also, you cite 307 of Amoris Laetitia, which is great. That has to do with the logic of mercy, but 304 has to do with the rules of discernment. And that would be apropos given the amendment that's been accepted. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you, Reverend. So, Archbishop Cordileone, does that is acceptable to you, or do we prefer not to do it and we can vote?
To include 304 and 307, I think would be acceptable, since it's corrected. 304 does speak more explicitly about the rules of discernment.
Okay. Thank you. So, so if that's accepted by the committee, I think we can move on. So, Bishop Massa.
Yes, thank you. I had submitted near the, at the very last minute, it was around 5:58 or 5:59 or so, a second amendment for, on page 40 of the document, that quoted Amoris Laetitia paragraph 247. I just wondered if the committee received that amendment, which was really an addendum to my addition of the word possibilities. Archbishop Cordileone, maybe you could answer that. It may have been received but then rejected, but that was in addition. I don't know if it made it by 6 o'clock. That was the deadline for the amendments.
Last night, you mean? Archbishop Cordileone. Yes, Archbishop Cordileone, you have any comment?
I believe we did accept that. It's not in the table. This was about interfaith marriages.
Self, or, but also to the broader Christian unity movement.
Repeat.
It's based on a quote from paragraph 247. But it's
Archbishop Cordileone. Archbishop Cordileone.
As I recall, we did accept that. If I don't have the text in front of me because with the this electronic format, but I do believe that this was the section about mixed interfaith and ecumenical marriages, about the challenges, but also opportunities.
Bishop Massa, is that what it was?
Yes, thank you, Archbishop.
It was accepted, so thank you very much. Okay, we don't have anybody else. So before moving on with the discussion, without objection, all the amendments in group 2, except those just named before, are rejected. So thank you, brothers. Brothers, as a reminder, I will read the action item once again. Do the members approve the proposed draft pastoral framework for marriage and family life ministry in the United States? called The Joy of Love. I now invite any additional discussion. Please use the raise hand feature to request to be heard. Any other comments in general, brothers? No more comments? So as noted, action requires an affirmative vote to 2/3 of the members to pass. Voting will take place via the electronic ballots posted to the Bishop's Only website. Voting will be open until 6 p.m. Eastern. The final results of the votes will be announced during our session tomorrow. Thank you, Archbishop Cordileone. So, brothers, I was thinking maybe it's time for a little break. So, what about if we take 15 minutes break? And please do not disconnect. Just stay as you are electronically, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
3 o'clock.
At 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you. Brothers, welcome back. I hope that it was a nice, brief break. Before we start, I just want to say that there are some questions on the approval of the amendments or action item number 9. So later on the meeting, I'll bring it up that we all can clarify that situation. So now we go on the action number 8. So we got Bishop Edward Burns presenting on behalf of the Committee on Lay, Marriage, Family Life, and Youth. He has a pre-recorded presentation introducing action number 8 about the drafting of a national pastoral framework for youth and young adults. He will also be available live for discussion. Bishop Burns, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Brother Bishops, on behalf of Archbishop Cordileone, Chairman of the Committee on Laity, Marriage, Family Life, and Youth, I'm pleased to present to you this action item concerning the development of a national pastoral framework for ministry with youth and young adults. I've been asked to serve as chairman of a bishop's working group on youth and young adults, which has been entrusted to oversee and advance this initiative. The committee seeks to develop a resource document that will offer renewed framework on the evangelization, pastoral care, and accompaniment of youth and young adults in light of Pope Francis's 2019 Apostolic Exhortation on Young People, Christus Vivit. The Synod Fathers, who participated in the synod that led up to Christus Vivit, asked each Episcopal Conference to develop such a resource at the national level to empower and equip local churches for engaging in accompanying younger generations. Furthermore, our youth and young adults are looking to us as their shepherds, and we have a responsibility to them. This document is an opportunity to fulfill our responsibility. As you are aware, the landscape and the best means to accompany young people has shifted dramatically over the past 25 years since our conference published 2 key documents for these ministerial areas, Sons and Daughters of the Light in 1996 and Renewing the Vision in 1997. The past quarter century, as new generations emerged, we have seen the flourishing of cultural diversity, the rise of religious disaffiliation, the crisis of mental health, clerical abuse, racism, and injustices in our communities. A whole host of other things in which our Holy Father has asked us to accompany our young people. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to shepherd, lead, and accompany our young people. Again, this document is a national framework to help dioceses with insights and suggestions for building up the work in their local church. A handout of the outline that accompanies our action item can be found on the Bishops Only website. You are welcome to refer to that document for further information on the committee's action item. Let me briefly share a few key points. The audience for this framework is Catholic leadership, among our priests, lay ministers, consecrated religious, deacons, families, and young people who are emerging as leaders. We hope this framework will unite and challenge the existing pastoral efforts focused on young people, raising them to something even greater. It is critical that we reflect and celebrate the rich cultural and regional diversity of young people and speak to the realities they are facing today, especially in light of the intercultural journeying together process we are now undertaking. We look to articulate the essential principles in this work and encourage all Catholic leaders to invest time and resources to foster the missionary discipleship and leadership of our youth and young adults. The document would explore some major themes which are listed in the outline, but I cannot neglect to mention that all of this will be rooted in Jesus Christ and in the sacramental life of the Church. Through his apostolic exhortation and by encouraging us to celebrate youth and young adults each Christ the King Sunday, the Holy Father is asking us to accompany our young people in their encounter with Jesus Christ. This critical moment will be central to the vision of the pastoral framework. To accomplish this, we lean on the good work already happening in the field as as well as the latest research and best practices. This document will not have all the answers, but it will help your diocese with a direction in navigating our work with youth and young adults. With your approval of this framework, the next 18 months will include the drafting of the document and further consultation and our collaboration with other committees and pastoral leaders in the field. With an anticipated final review by this body of bishops in November 2022, there will be plenty of opportunity for your input as this framework is developed. If approved, I would like to invite you to reach out to me directly with your ideas, suggestions, or guidance on this project. Thank you, Brother Bishops, for your attention, and allow me to read the action item in relation to the question now before us. Do the members affirm the Committee on Laity, Marriage, Family Life, and Youth in drafting a national pastoral framework on youth and young adults for their consideration? I now ask Archbishop Gomez to facilitate any discussion and the vote on action item number 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Barnes. I think it's a very important document on youth and young ministry now in our diocese at this time. So, brothers, I take this opportunity to remind you that action item number 8 is available on the Bishops Only website. At this time, I invite any discussion on the item. Please use the raise hand feature to come on camera. Bishop Rosasa.
Thank you, Archbishop. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes? Great initiative, very much needed, point 1. Next, definition, if you will, of youth and young adults. I think in the United States, generally, we consider youth high school and young adults from there on to 35 and even beyond that. Campus ministry, wonderful area of our ministry to young adults in the United States. Esteem, another effort undertaken by Carrie Robinson. I think people know about her and about that within the area of campus ministry, and also helping young adults go from the campus ministries to the workplace. And then one of the largest areas of or groupings of young adults is the military, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Rosasa. Bishop Barnes, any comments?
No, thank you very much. No comments on that. Peter, thank you for your insights.
Thank you. Archbishop Blair.
Yes, thank you. As I was hearing the presentation, I was reminded of something that Pope Francis has said more than once to young adults, and that is that they are not the object of the church's ministry, but that they are the ministers to one another and in the church. And I know in my own experience as a bishop, I've encountered some really very edifying cases of young adults who have started things to reach out to their contemporaries. And I would hope that that would be a very significant part of this, that it would be fostering among young adults in particular, among themselves, efforts that will reach out to their contemporaries for this work.
Thank you, Archbishop. Bishop Nestout.
Thank you, Archbishop, and thank you, Bishop Burns. I know that there are certainly many facets to this kind of ministry, youth ministry, young adult ministry, and that we all deal with that in different ways within our dioceses. I'd be looking for, want to affirm a couple items that I saw in that outline, but certainly look for a few other items that may be not there, but could be incorporated in. Certainly the area of university, campus ministries, as well as vocations and kind of the link between those two. I think it's very important. as well as thinking about second generation young adults and the ethnic ministries that we have there, with their kind of torn between their own family of origin, culture, language, and then maybe that new American experience here in this country, and how they might be torn between the two, and ministering to them in a particular way. But other areas just to keep a highlight, certainly was mentioned before, which is the unique situation of those in the military, because we have a number of military bases in our diocese. Also, ecclesial movements and how they each have some aspect, or many of them have aspects of youth ministry and young adult ministry, and how that relates to the diocese. I think it would be kind of an area that I always would be interested in reflecting on in terms of areas of young adult ministry. And finally, and you've mentioned this, is really kind of this new world of social media, which is a very abstracted environment in terms of the social community settings, and how that sometimes fights against or mitigates against our own kind of sacramental understanding of how we encounter one another, how we encounter a company and dialogue, which is really, I think, integral to us as Catholics, with a presence with one another and with the sacraments. So those are just my thoughts. I want to affirm the whole effort and support that the committee in producing this framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Bishop Barnes, any comments?
Desktop, yeah, you, with all that you presented, you practically wrote the document. I really appreciate everything that you're offering, that's for sure. And back to what Archbishop Blair asked, whether or not this document would speak to emerging leaders, I indicated at the beginning that yes, indeed, they would be one of the people we would focus on and addressing this document to.
Thank you. Bishop Strickland?
Words of support for the great work Bishop Burns is doing in that committee, and really echoing the idea of, in many cultures, the youth, young adults really extends much further than maybe the culture that I'm most familiar with. So I think we need to keep that in mind. I'm glad that was mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Strickland. Anyone else? Bishop Soto?
I would like to just applaud the work of the committee, and I think this is a wonderful proposal. But I would mention, I think the whole area of sexuality is, is a very prominent topic in the world of youth, and there's no mention of that at all in the framework that's been the outline that's been proposed. And so I think that's going to be an important theme. And I also I noticed that social justice was mentioned in a list of other items, but I referring back to Bishop Barron's report to us a couple of meetings ago, that we know that whole area of social action, social engagement is very prominent in the minds of many of our young people, and I think that it deserves a prominent place in the outline moving forward. And one of those areas is the whole area of the environment and addressing climate change, which the younger generation has really taken up. So I think that there are some those are ways that we can demonstrate that we are listening to the questions, concerns, and anxieties that young people have, and we can also be their pastors, helping them to address those ways in the light of the gospel.
Bishop Soto. Bishop Barnes, any comments?
Thank you, Bishop Soto, for showing the importance of all those topics. Thanks for your insights. It's true.
Thank you. Anyone else? Bishop Regan?
Yeah, thank you, Bishop Burns, for this initiative. I think it's super important. I was wondering if you plan on working with the World Youth Day in Lisbon, I believe is coming up, as a possible venue to cultivate missionary leaders among our young adults in particular. And I know that's one event in a way. On the other hand, it's a time that, a whole generation can be called upon to be formed as missionary leaders at the World Youth Day. Is there any thoughts about that?
Bishop Barnes?
Thank you, Bishop Ricken. Yes, indeed. We are aware that World Youth Day in Lisbon has been set back a year because of the pandemic. I know the importance and what a blessing World Youth Day is for our church. Inspired by St. John Paul II. When I worked at the conference, I was aware that 33% of the men who step forward for ordination each year attended World Youth Day. That's why we placed upon World Youth Day a great emphasis, because the vocational call for young people into apostolic missionary discipleship is evident there.
Anyone else? Bishop Stowe.
Thank you, Bishop Owens, and thank you, Bishop Burns. I really affirm everything that is on the outline that is presented before us, but I'd also like to bring in the perspective that very often our engagement in youth ministry is a sort of preaching to the choir. It's important work, it's essential work of the church, but we're ministering to the people we already have in the pews, or at least the families in the pews. I see in the introductory lines to this one-page summary that you're planning to do extensive consultation. And I was reminded of the Holy Father's approach when he had the Synod on youth and young adults to be explicit in inviting people who are not part of the church, the nuns, so to speak, who have no formal faith affiliation. I also think of our at-risk youth, those who are involved in gangs, who have been ministered to effectively in Los Angeles and other places. But there are many that fall outside of our normal realms of ministry, and part of being a missionary church would be to include them. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Stowe. Bishop Barnes, any comments?
Yes, thank you, Archbishop. Bishop Stowe, you are so right. It's important that we go out beyond just preaching to the choir. And it is important that we recognize that our young people and all of us are apostolic missionary disciples. And when you speak about reaching out to people, and especially young people who are, marginalized, and we need to accompany them also. You mentioned gangs. In the Diocese of Dallas, we're mindful of how we served the unaccompanied minors, who 2,300 of them stayed for months in our convention center, and to minister to them. My point is, you're so right. It's exactly what we have to do as apostolic missionary disciples.
And then I'll read the results.
Thank you, Bishop Barnes. Bishop Canas.
Young people are deeply of concern to us as bishops, and certainly there are many young people very involved in the life of the church. My comment follows a little bit Bishop Soto and Bishop Stowe's comment. Someone once described young people as the software of their lives do not mesh with the hardware of the church. There's a disconnect. And this is a tough area for us to address, but I think it would be important in this document to, as Bishop Stowe said, to talk with young people and to see how we can reconcile this disconnect that oftentimes is the thought of our young people.
Thank you, Bishop. Bishop Barnes?
Thank you, Bishop Kikanis. You are so right. And I appreciate your echoing some of the other brothers. It's in addition to talking to these young people, I believe the shepherds, it's important that we listen to them too. And we really accompany them where they are and how we can help serve them. So I agree that in addition to talking to them, to listen to them also.
Thank you. I think there is no more hands, so thank you, Bishop Burns. Brothers, this action requires a simple majority of the members in order to move forward. There are no amendments for this action. Voting will take place via electronic ballot posted to the Bishops Only website. Voting will be open until 6 p.m. Eastern. The final result of the votes will be announced during our session tomorrow. So now, brothers, as I mentioned before, there was some question on action item number 9. So I want to return to that for a moment. So Colonel Supich asked that his approved amendment be amended further by adding to the footnote reference to Amoris Laetitia number 291. The abbreviation following to indicate the inclusion of the paragraphs that follow. So Archbishop Cordileone would like to seek the advice of the bishops on this by polling the body. Archbishop Cordileone, the floor is yours to present your request.
Thank you, Archbishop Gomez. We did not finish the business in my previous presentation. There were two amendments proposed by Cardinal Supich. The second one, which was accepted, adding paragraph 304 in addition to 307 in that footnote. The first amendment was never resolved, which was adding FF to the reference to Amoris Laetitia 291. So we would need a sense of the body of bishops, a vote of the body of bishops on this. My concern with adding FF would be that it's undefined and open-ended. FF could mean anything from the next two paragraphs to the whole rest of the document. And so if there's going to be reference to paragraph numbers, they should be specific. In reality, the whole apostolic exhortation was a source of inspiration and guidance for the drafting of the pastoral framework.
Thank you, Archbishop. Any other comments? Okay, so there are no other. Colonel Supich, please.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much, and I understand the need to be clear about that. So I think that my only point was that I don't want just that one number in Amoris to be cited, but that since the rest of that chapter deals with those two topics in the amended version that you accepted, I just wanted to draw attention to that. So maybe what you could just do is say Amoris Laetitia chapter 8, because that really covers those areas.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Archbishop Cordileone?
That is also a very broad citation. Again, the whole apostolic exhortation guided the drafting of this pastoral framework, which went through a very lengthy and thorough vetting process, and it's now come a year and a half later up to a vote. We believe that citing the canon, the paragraph 291 suffices for supporting the point being made in the text of the document, and it doesn't negate that the whole apostolic exhortation is a valuable resource for marriage and family life ministry.
So, Archbishop, you would like to test the body regarding this issue, correct?
Yes, correct. So now ask for a polling of the body of bishops. Does the body of bishops approve adding to the footnote in question the abbreviation FF?
Okay, any other comments? Okay, so please wait for a poll to appear on your Zoom screen, signify by clicking Okay, Karen Supich?
I just want to make clear that I said that instead of the FF, given the good point that Archbishop Cordileone made about being too extensive, I would put instead of 291 or FF, just chapter 8 as the footnote. That's all I would do. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay. All right, so it's, I think, brothers, I think it's clear now what we are voting on, correct? Archbishop Cordileone, is that what you were thinking?
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Eminence, you did make that point, and I didn't realize that you were changing the amendment, but you did make that clear. So the vote is, does the body of bishops approve adding to the, in the footnote in question, changing the reference to Amoris Laetitia 291 to Amoris Laetitia chapter 8?
Thank you, Archbishop. So, brothers, please wait for a poll to appear on your Zoom screen and signify by clicking aye if you wish the motion to be adopted. We will allow approximately 30 seconds for you to cast your vote. Monsignor Francis, can you, Monsignor Burrell, can you give us the, yes, can you give us the result?
Yes, Archbishop. 52% in favor, 42% opposed, 6 abstain. The amendment is adopted.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Archbishop Cordileone, and thank you, Karen Supich. So now we go to action item number 7. So I now invite Bishop Kevin Rose, Chairman of the Committee on Doctrine, to present action number 7 regarding the drafting of a document on the meaning of the Eucharist in the life of the Church. Bishop Rose has pre-recorded his introductory remarks and will then be available live to take questions for discussions. Bishop Rose, please proceed.
Thank you, Archbishop Gomez. Brothers, I'm grateful for this time to address you. As you are all well aware, the action item before you has been the subject of much debate and anticipation. In a few cases, it's also been the subject of misunderstanding and even mischaracterization. It is my wish to share with you the thoughts of the Doctrine Committee as we prepared the proposal you have before you. Last November, this conference passed its 2021-2024 strategic plan entitled Created Anew by the Body and Blood of Christ, Source of Our Healing and Hope. In the year preceding the adoption of the plan, the Doctrine Committee, like other committees, wholeheartedly endorsed the national focus on the Eucharist. As pastors, we have been concerned for some time about the downward national trend in weekly Mass attendance and a proven decline in belief in the real presence among our Catholic faithful. For the past year, our churches, with the church throughout the world, was further affected by the pandemic. It caused many of our parishes to move for a time to spiritual communion and virtual Masses. The loss experienced by not being able to receive the Eucharist or to gather together in community has led many, clergy and the laity alike, to come to a deeper appreciation and awareness of the importance and centrality of the Eucharist in their lives as Catholics. That is one of the great blessings that came out of this time of trial. At the same time, we are all concerned that the faithful's absence from parish life may have resulted in a loss of what it means to be a Eucharistic people. We worry that many of our faithful may in fact not return to the Eucharistic celebration. As St. Paul reminded the Corinthians, the cup of blessing that we bless, is it not a participation in the blood of Christ? The bread that we break, is it not a participation in the body of Christ? Because the loaf of bread is one, we, though many, are one body, for we all partake of the one loaf. In a pluralistic environment where there are so many competing and conflicting ideas and opinions, the truth about the Eucharist can get lost. We have seen the national surveys indicating that many Catholics understand the Eucharist to be only a symbol. The need, therefore, for a unified and strong revival of the meaning of the Eucharist in the life of the Church and in the lives of each one of her members is more critical now than ever. In his letter asking the Committee on Doctrine to consider proposing a national statement on the Eucharist, Archbishop Gomez hoped that such a statement would express the rich theological and pastoral doctrine on the Eucharist, so that it might provide the theological framework for our strategic plan. What the committee hopes to accomplish is a document addressed to all Catholics that would do just that. As you read in the outline, it will be centered around the three main themes of the Eucharist as a mystery to be believed, a mystery to be celebrated, and a mystery to be lived. The beauty and meaning of the Eucharist in the life of the Church is what unites us. It is what defines us. As such, the first section of the proposed document would address the fundamental truths we believe: the real presence, the Eucharist as sacrifice, and the communal and healing aspects of the sacrament. The second section would focus on the need to celebrate the sacrament with reverence and beauty, uniting us in praise. This would be followed by a third section that expresses how participation in the Eucharist compels us to conversion and sends us out to be missionary disciples. One subsection of this third part would address Eucharistic consistency. There was a consensus among the members of the Committee on Doctrine that one cannot discuss the centrality of the Eucharist as the source and summit of the Christian life without addressing those actions that inflict damage to the honor due the sacrament or cause scandal to the faithful. The committee did discuss the idea of formulating a national policy on the worthiness to receive Holy Communion, as set forth in Canons 915 and 916 of the Code of Canon Law, and Canons 711 and 712 of the Code of Canons of the Eastern Churches. That idea arose from the ad limina visits of U.S. bishops with the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. It was never our thought to propose national norms for denying Catholics Holy Communion, but to present a clear understanding of why the Church has these laws, outlining the rich tradition and profound teaching that is the basis for those canons. In addition, the proposed statement was never considered by the Committee on Doctrine to be a statement about any one individual or about any one category of sinful behavior. Rather, it would bring heightened awareness among the faithful of the need to be conformed to the Eucharist and to bear public witness to the faith through a call to conversion and the abandonment of sinful behavior. We are aware that the Aparecida document issued by Salem addressed this aspect, as did our conference's 2006 document, Happy Are Those Called to His Supper. If the action item is approved, the committee will proceed with the drafting of the document along these lines. Following the normal process, it will be shared with the appropriate committees for reflection and discussion, including the committees on evangelization and catechesis, divine worship, canonical affairs and church governance, cultural diversity, clergy, consecrated life and vocations, and laity, marriage, family life, and youth. The text will also be discussed by the Administrative Committee. And finally, before the text is voted on, there will be the usual practice of submitting modifications and amendments before the text is approved. If the Committee on Doctrine is granted approval to proceed in drafting a statement, it is our hope that the document will be a rich and accessible theological contribution to the ongoing work of the conference's strategic plan, and provide the Church with a straightforward text outlining for the faithful the beauty, the profound meaning, and the importance of the Eucharist to the body of Christ, the Church. Again, I thank you for this time to address you all. Archbishop Gomez, at this time, I would ask for some discussion on this request.
Thank you, Bishop Rhodes. Brothers, again, as with the previous actions, action item number 7 is available on the Bishops Only website. At this time, I invite any discussion on the item. Please use the raise hand feature to come to camera. Bishop will be here in the order in which they raise their hand. Bishop Werfel.
Bishop Rhodes, as I reflected on the proposal prior to this meeting and after listening to numerous remarks made yesterday, I believe the Doctrine Committee should go forward with the development of a new doctrine, and so I'll be voting for it. That said, I compared the outline of the proposed new document with the document we passed in 2006 that you referred to, Happy are those who are called to a supper. And I just noted the striking similarities with the exception of the latter part of it with Eucharistic consistency and missionary discipleship. But I judged that a new document will fit in well with the proposed Eucharist revival project that we discussed in our regions the other day. I hope that we as bishops, given that the proposal passes, that we'll have ample time and opportunity to view it and discuss the new draft, certainly in person in November. With that said, I propose that the Doctrine Committee add a step and provide opportunity for our respective regions at least several months in advance before we put in the suggestions for adjustments. But as in our region meetings, as we do, everybody gets a chance to talk. At a meeting like we're at now, it's impossible for everybody to weigh in on the issue. So I think if we had a structured regional meeting where we could discuss it fully and then provide the fruits of our discussion onto the Doctrine Committee, that would help to achieve a clearer, more unified voice amongst the bishops in what this seems to have been a very contentious process up to date. So at our meetings, which we're like now, we just can't all weigh in on it. So that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop. Bishop Rhodes?
Yes, I'd certainly be open to that. Any input from bishops, our Doctrine Committee would be open to, and if this is through regional meetings, that would be good. So thank you, Bishop Werfel.
Thank you. Bishop Strickland?
Yes, thank you, Bishop Rhodes, for this great work, and I wholeheartedly support it. I want to speak particularly to part 3 of the proposed document as a critical area where clarity is needed, especially at this time. As we approach Father's Day and continue to emerge from the pandemic, I want to emphasize that our flocks are bruised and traumatized on many fronts. The recent controversy about whether persisting in denial of basic Catholic teaching disqualifies a person from receiving our Lord in communion has devastated many faithful Catholics. I realize that discussion of this has been postponed, but as spiritual fathers and shepherds, I urge us to do all we can in each of our dioceses to emphasize the clear connection between repentance, confession of sins, firm purpose of amendment, and worthily receiving our Lord really present in consecrated bread and wine. I speak in support, enthusiastic support, of the drafting of a formal statement on the meaning of the Eucharist in the life of the Church. I urge that this document must make clear the connection between the sacrament of confession and receiving the body and blood of Jesus Christ. We must all strive to repent of our sins and grow in virtue in order to rightly receive our Lord. I further urge that we work to develop a culture of Eucharistic revival immediately. We can't wait for a document, as necessary as that may be. Refocusing on this great gift of our Catholic faith is essential to renewal of every aspect of the Church. We must focus on our Lord, who is truly present in every tabernacle and at every holy Mass, as we all believe. Jesus Christ suffered and died for us, destroying the power of sin and death in our lives. We must be willing to suffer as well, take up the cross of our sinfulness, and make a firm purpose of amendment of our sinful ways before we approach the Eucharistic altar. This doesn't mean we must be perfect. We never will be, but we must have that firm purpose of amendment, seeking greater renewal in Christ. This is true of every person who receives our Lord at Mass. Prominent persons can't be held to a different standard. As serious as this is, ultimately, these high-profile individuals are only a few souls. The bigger issue is what we are teaching our children and the entire flock of the faithful. Many are confused and missing any connection between repenting of sin and receiving our Lord. The Immaculate Virgin Mary is constantly urging us to repent of our sins and seek to live the gospel more virtuously. In this year of St. Joseph, let us remind our flocks that Mary and Joseph were the first custodians of the body of Christ. We must be spiritual fathers who echo this beautiful model of our Blessed Mother and St. Joseph as they urge us to seek an ever deeper relationship with Jesus Christ. As Jesus says in the Gospel according to John, "If you love me, you will keep my commandments." Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Good. Anyone else? Archbishop Laurie.
Thank you very, very much. I'd just like to speak also in, can you hear me? Am I on? I would just like to speak in favor of this document. I'd particularly like to underline the eminently pastoral character of the document as presented by Bishop Rhodes. I think we all feel, I certainly know my pastors feel, a need for us to stress the centrality, meaning, and the beauty of the Eucharist in our lives. We're all anxious to get our people back. I think it'd be a wonderful thing if all of us at this meeting could unite in agreeing that a document like this, a pastoral teaching document, would be something we would want to come together and issue. I also think that that this document can provide a very fine foundation for the Eucharistic Revival Project, which I know we'll be talking about tomorrow, and for diocesan efforts to revive the Eucharist in their life and mission. I know we're doing a year of the Eucharist this coming year in the Archdiocese of Baltimore. If and when we do pursue the path of dialogue that Cardinal Ladaria has called us to, I think a document like this would provide us a good foundation, a good starting point, because we would really have freshly restated, received teaching without breaking new ground. And finally, it's already been said, but I think that this document truly does accord with the heart of our strategic plan for the coming years. So it is my hope that we will conclude this meeting unified in our determination not to let anybody on the right or the left define us, but come together as teachers of the faith and affirm the need for a beautiful document on the Eucharist. And thank you very much for the opportunity to share this.
Bishop Curry.
Thank you, Archbishop. I just would like to second Archbishop Lori's words. It seems to me this is an unprecedented situation in the country. We've never had a situation like this where the executive is a Catholic president who's opposed to the teaching of the church. And I think this fundamental, Archbishop Lori singled out the foundation for the debate that we need to have when we're present in person. And I certainly strongly support the work of the committee to carry that foundational labor forward that we can kind of use as a touchstone for what we talk about more specific contemporary measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Curry. Archbishop Sample.
Thank you, Archbishop, and thank you, Bishop Rhodes, for a fine presentation. I'm in favor of this moving ahead with the drafting of this document. I think it's going to be great for this Eucharistic revival that we're all hoping for and longing for, really, in the church. I'd like to focus in on that section that Bishop Rhodes referred to regarding Eucharistic consistency. I'm glad, very happy to hear Bishop Rhodes clarify that we are not talking about in this document that's being proposed a national policy with regard to communion for those who would be opposed to church teaching but are in political positions. It's good to know that. I think it's good for all the bishops to realize that we're not talking about a national policy, but really a teaching document here. And I emphasize that because as it's been reported in much of the media, and as some bishops have seemed to indicate that somehow moving ahead with this, the production of this document at this time is in contradiction to the direction, if you will, that we have been given by Cardinal Ladaria at the CDF. And I think that is really a misreading of the letter. There's nothing in Cardinal Ladaria's letter that is inconsistent with the work that Bishop Rhodes and his committee is proposing. Cardinal Ladaria refers to a national policy and all of these steps that would need to happen before a national policy, but we're not talking about a national policy. We're talking about a teaching document that I believe fulfills what Cardinal Ladaria is asking us for, is for the bishops in dialogue to come to an agreement and a consensus around some of these fundamental issues regarding the Eucharist in this section on Eucharistic consistency. So I think this is our way forward to have that dialogue on this issue. And as Bishop Rhodes pointed out, as all of our documents, this will go through the usual drafting process and the modification and amendment process in our discussion. So I think it's a very healthy way forward for us to have that dialogue that we need to have. In fact, I think, without something like this, I don't know what our procedure would be. So I think it's a good foundation for that. And also Cardinal Ladaria, speaks of this need for bishops to have dialogue with political leaders, Catholic political leaders who are advocating in opposition to church teaching on grave matters. That happens a lot. I know I speak with many bishops, and it's been reported in the media how many bishops have had dialogues with our Catholic political leaders on this. So I think that dialogue has gone on, will continue to go on, while we have this coming together of agreement, as Archbishop Lori said, in unity around these fundamental issues. So I'm very happy myself with this proposed way forward for us to have this discussion and come to that agreement and consensus and unity. And so I will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Archbishop. Bishop Tyson.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Bishop Rhodes, for a fine presentation. I am listening carefully. I'm not yet on board with this. I guess I have a couple questions I want to raise, and Bishop Rhodes, you might be able to address them. I was heartened to hear that we're not headed towards a national policy per se, and I was glad to see a positive reference to the 2006 statement, "Happy are those who are called to a supper." I guess my first question, Bishop Rhodes, I've got two of them. The first one really is this: can you describe in what ways we would be going beyond what was laid out in "Happy are those who are called to a supper" regarding the reception of Eucharist, particularly those in public life? That's been where the contention has been, and the dialogue has been taking place through statements and interviews of various other brothers. So that would be my first question. I guess my second question is this. Pope Francis noted in his apostolic exhortation, "Rejoice and be glad," that our defense of the innocent unborn needs to be clear, firm, and passionate. For at stake is the dignity of a human life, which is always sacred and demands love for each person, regardless of his or her stage of development. Equally important, equally sacred, however, are the lives of the poor, those already born, the destitute, the abandoned, and the underprivileged, the vulnerable, infirm, the elderly exposed to COVID euthanasia, the victims of human trafficking, new forms of slavery, and every form of rejection. Given the long and extensive Catholic social thought from which Pope Francis is drawing, to what extent is this discussion on Eucharistic coherence, Eucharistic consistency, really just about making a point on abortion to the exclusion of other important issues? And to what extent would other important issues be considered a violation of Eucharistic coherence? Again, thank you, Bishop Rhodes, and I'd be interested in any response you could offer.
Thank you, Bishop Tyson. Bishop Rhodes?
Thank you, Bishop Tyson. I appreciate that question. A couple things. I think our proposed document would be broader than the 2006 document because of the first two parts on a mystery to be believed and a mystery to be celebrated. As far as the third part, a mystery to be lived, is really, when we talk also about moral transformation, a lot of the 2006 document used Pope John Paul II's encyclical Ecclesia de Eucharistia, and it has some beautiful quotes and references. I think what we have since then, and this is why I think this part can be develop what we said even further, we also have some beautiful teaching on this from Pope Benedict XVI in Sacramentum Caritatis and other things, but also abundant teaching from Pope Francis on the Eucharist. So I think I think we can incorporate all of that. The other question regarding Eucharistic consistency, I think it's important. I think I mentioned it in my remarks that we weren't focusing on one issue. When we talk about, for example, Canon 915, which is the application of which we're not going to be doing a national policy on that. We'll do a theological background. But I mean, I think you can look at a variety of issues like Pope Francis, like you mentioned there, the sacred lives of the unborn, other issues, victims of human trafficking, etc. And even though a lot of the publicity has been about pro-abortion politicians, I mean, I think we would also look at, let's say, someone who's involved in human trafficking and the scandal that would be created if someone publicly was involved in that or was a leader in a white supremacist group or whatever, going up and receiving Holy Communion. Obviously, that would be problematic. I don't know in the document if we're going to get into specific issues. I mean, that's something I'd be interested in knowing what the bishop's opinion would be, but the committee will be looking at that. So I hope that answered your question, Bishop Tyson.
Thank you, Bishop Rhodes. Cardinal Cupich?
Thank you very much, Bishop Rhodes, for your explanation. However, I want to speak to the ambiguity about the ambiguity in the proposed document, both in terms of its content and context. Cardinal Ladaria's letter of May 7th states that he's responding to a report from Archbishop Gomez that the conference is preparing to address the issue of Catholic politicians who support legislation favoring abortion, euthanasia, and other evils by drafting a document on the worthiness to receive communion. Now I understand you're saying, and the leadership is saying, that the document being drafted will focus on helping the faithful understand the beauty and the mystery of the Eucharist. And that's been said by others as well. However, I believe there is great ambiguity about this for a number of reasons, because of the fact that, as Archbishop Gomez noted in the letter to the CDF, apparently, this is about worthiness of communion for elected officials. We also have heard a number of bishops who are chairs of committee indicate that, in fact, it's time that we take a position with regard to these public officials receiving communion. We even heard it today again. So I think that it's very hard to know what direction you're going to go into. And you also do note in the actual outline specific categories of Catholics, which I think that Cardinal Daria indicates in his letter should not be addressed. So my question to you is, would you be willing to delete from your outline and your consideration that you're going to focus on a set category of Catholics, but you're going to talk about how all of us need to examine our own conscience, and as we say in the Mass, I am not worthy. The other aspect here, it seems to me, is that as all of this is being debated back and forth, there is an expectation out there by people, because of what some bishops are arguing for, that we deny communion to the president, to Speaker Pelosi, and to other people that are being named. I don't know how we get around that if we pass on this document. The other point that I like to make is, as I talk to my priest here, I believe that the issue before us is one of the pastoral life of people. We now have the weighty task of helping our pastors reconnect with their parishioners after nearly 18 months of separation, and help them recapture a sense of community, which virtual interaction has been very unsatisfactory. But not a few of the pastors here in Chicago are puzzled to hear that bishops now want to talk about excluding people at a time when the real challenge before them is welcoming people back to the regular practice of the faith and rebuilding their communities. My hope is that we're going to talk to our pastors about what they need and be willing to learn from them. So I cannot support this measure the way it's outlined. I'm sorry if, in fact, you remove the section on consistency by which you name individuals, then maybe I would take another look at it. But as it is now, and in view of what Cardinal Ladaria has recommended to us, to have dialogue with politicians to find out why they hold the positions they do and what they understand about the Catholic faith, and to have unity among ourselves, I don't see that we can go forward. I think we have to take time to do this right. Those who are insisting that we need to do it immediately really reveal what this is about. They want us to make statements, to do something about politicians who hold positions that are contrary to our teaching. And let's not fall into that trap. Let's take the time. Let's really sit down with each other and build unity. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Bishop Rouse?
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Cardinal Supich. I said many times this is a document for all Catholics. I know that there is a special responsibility on the part of those who are in leadership because of the danger of scandal. There's no way we wanted to focus on political leaders, but focus on all Catholics and a call to Eucharistic consistency to all Catholics, including those who are leaders in the nation or leaders in healthcare or leaders in parishes, etc. Regarding dropping the Eucharistic consistency, I really would not agree with that because, and what we want to look at is the reasons behind the church's discipline. We weren't targeting particular individuals or limited to one issue, but I think we need to accept the church's discipline that those who obstinately persist in manifest grave sin are not to be admitted to Holy Communion. Who decides that? The individual bishops do. We're not going to be doing that in this document, but I don't think we should ignore what is the actual discipline of the church. Both Canon 915 and Canon 916. So I hope that explains a little bit more what our hopes are. Of course, if the body of bishops doesn't like what we write about this, they can propose amendments when the time comes. But we haven't even written it yet, and I think any discussion and input like you're giving now will be helpful to the Committee on Doctrine.
Bishop de Groot.
As a new bishop, I see myself as a newbie in all of this, as I've tried to listen and observe both in November and in our times that we had yesterday and today. So grateful for the opportunity to spend time together and talking about important things. I'd like to speak about the impact of not doing something soon. I'm not saying rushing it, but I really like the idea of having a document to take a look at so we can actually start having dialogue on something specific. The reason I say this is that the scandal has already happened to a certain degree, certainly within the good folks, some of the good folks in my own diocese, who are scandalized by that the US bishops haven't come out yet with something clear. It's already in our teachings. I see it as a reaffirming the beautiful faith that God has entrusted to us. The other thing that's really been stirring in my heart in prayer is having so recently done my profession of faith and the oath of fidelity, knowing that our responsibility as bishops is really to preserve, protect, and to pass on the treasure of the faith. And I see this as a wonderful opportunity in light of what we know from the input we have of people not believing in the Holy Eucharist as an opportunity for a very clear, succinct teaching on the dignity, the beauty, for example, of Holy Communion, and will really help us with the revival and really helping people understand. So I see it as we have a responsibility to teach, to preserve the integrity of the Holy Eucharist in this example, and really tied into our roles as priest, prophet, and king, and taking that in a very serious way to step forward as shepherds, because part of the feedback that I get from people is, how come the US bishops aren't uniting on this? And how come they're not stepping forward to offer clear teachings? So certainly individually we can do that as bishops, and certainly particular ones of us have obligations as it relates to the people within our own jurisdiction. If there's matters of grave sin, public and advocating for public sin, that's contrary to our faith. But I just want to focus us back on what is our role. We are to be Christ in the world today as priest, prophet, and king, and to teach clearly, to love well, to do it with great kindness and great charity, to diffuse the confusion. And it's not only for those who maybe don't understand, but it's for those who do believe and are waiting for us to step forward as shepherds and leaders in a very dynamic way. Thank you, Archbishop.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And Bishop Rhodes, any comments?
No, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Bishop McElroy?
Very much. Thanks, Bishop Rhodes. I think we've heard in the past 2 days several ways in which we could achieve, I think, near unanimity on this question being presented to us. Either Archbishop Wester's suggestions that we divide consistency off from the general track, which I think there's unanimity in favor of a treatment of the Eucharist, particularly at this time in the life of the Church and post-pandemic, or of taking out the categories of leaders that are specified in the suggestion, the proposal being brought to us by doctrine, or into leading consistency as a whole without prejudicing the ability of doctrine to treat that question, but just not making it explicit. But absent any one of those three, I think we are clearly presented with the problem, and it's a national problem now, and it's become a source of public division within the life of the Church on the question of exclusion from the Eucharist. Every bishop in this conference shares the conviction that Catholic public officials are morally obligated to vigorously protect unborn children through law and public policy. Thus, our divisions in these days arise not from questions of what we believe or what we must teach, but from the searing issue of how we are called to teach in the fractured political society in which we live. Envisioned by the working group, and so key to see where we are today on this division question, came from the working group and reflected in the inclusion of a section on Eucharistic consistency in the proposal presented to us today, lies the groundwork for a fundamental shift in the conception of how bishops should present our faith in public discussion. This shift would make the denial of the Eucharist a significant element of our teaching office in contemporary society. Before we endorse drafting a treatment on Eucharistic consistency, we should have forthrightly faced three unintended but very real and destructive consequences that we will face as a conference if we move toward Eucharistic exclusion as a regular element of our teaching role on public policy. First of all, the Eucharist itself, which is the source and summit of the life of the Church, will inevitably become a tool in the vicious partisan turmoil that roils our nation. It will be impossible to prevent the weaponization of the Eucharist in partisan battles, even if every one of us in this conference wants to do so. Once we legitimate public policy-based Eucharistic exclusion as a regular part of our teaching office, and that is the road to which we are headed, we will invite all of the political animosities that so tragically divide our nation into the very heart of the Eucharistic celebration. That sacrament, which seeks to make us one, will become, for millions of Catholics, the sign of division. Secondly, the limitation of the grounds for Eucharistic exclusion to abortion and euthanasia, which is clearly the substantive trajectory which has led us to this point of discussion about the nature of Eucharistic coherence. This trajectory and limitation to abortion and euthanasia will fatally undermine the ability of the Church in the U.S. to witness with credibility to the integrity of Catholic social teaching, including the Church's condemnation of racism, poverty, and environmental destruction. That's why Cardinal Ladaria clearly rejected such a pathway, saying, quote, "It would be misleading if such a statement were to give the impression that abortion and euthanasia alone constitute the only grave matters of Catholic moral and social teaching that demand the fullest level of accountability on the part of Catholics." Finally, the endorsement by our conference of exclusion from the Eucharist for public officials who support abortion, carried out in the haste which we are witnessing, will strengthen those in the Church and in society who injuriously claim that the conference has adopted a tacit partisan alignment that undermines its independence
and the prophetic commitment vital to the proclamation of the gospel of Jesus Christ. These major questions and others that have already been raised should be addressed by the whole body of bishops in sustained dialogue if we are to have any hope of forging that unity which we all seek and our church deserves. Thus, I'll be voting no on the motion to proceed with drafting a document before we have labored to build that unity. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop McElroy. Bishop Rhodes, you want to say anything?
I would just add, repeat what I said before, that we weren't going to limit it to issues of abortion, euthanasia, the grave sins that they are, but there are other, I recognize there are other grave crimes against human life and dignity. You know, the Aparecida document from Salem, I think seeing the Latin American bishops, when they spoke about how we must adhere to Eucharistic coherence, point out abortion, euthanasia, and they say, and other grave crimes against life and family. So again, in that, they use the term Eucharistic coherence. We're using the term Eucharistic consistency. But I would hope that we would be able to be united like the Latin American bishops in calling for that Eucharistic consistency, especially when it comes to these grave issues of human life and dignity.
Thank you. Who? Brothers, we have 23 that would like to talk, so I think we can go really brief comments that will be useful. So now, Bishop Conley.
Thank you, Archbishop, and thank you, Bishop Rhodes, and your committee. I'll be very brief. I think we have a unique opportunity to speak on the truth and beauty and goodness of the Holy Eucharist. And like Bishop de Groot said, there's an expectation out there of our faithful that we need to say something clear and something that will, be a true catechesis of the Eucharist. If the polls are true that many Catholics don't believe in the real presence, and I don't really like to believe that, but if that's true, then we have an opportunity to really speak about the real presence, and not only for Catholics, but also for non-Catholics, because myself, I converted when I was in college, and it was really the teaching, Catholic teaching on the Holy Eucharist, the real presence, that drew me in to the Catholic Church. So I just think we have a wonderful opportunity, a stage, a national and international stage, to do something really beautiful and powerful. And so I'm speaking in favor of going forward as we had decided to begin with. So thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Conley. Archbishop Naumann.
Thanks, Archbishop Gomez, and thanks, Bishop Rhodes, for the work of your committee. I strongly support the document. I think it's the right approach to do it in this broad context of laying out the beauty and the theology behind the Eucharist, to lay the foundation for this Eucharistic revival that we all are longing for. I appreciated Bishop Warfel's comments about having discussions in regional meetings leading up to this. I think that's a great, also I think in the provinces, I'm somewhat amused by those who think we're rushing into this. We do nothing quickly as this conference, and I think that's good. Our processes require us to be deliberate in the actions that we take, but I think to call this rushing into it, I think is hyperbole. I do want to talk specifically about why I think, and this came up in the discussion yesterday, why this is a particular important moment that we speak. And as Bishop Rhodes has pointed out, that abortion, euthanasia, these are not the only issues that one should exclude themselves from the Eucharist if they're involved. Many personal ones, but there could be other public ones like racism,
like human trafficking. But my call to politicians has always been one of integrity. And unfortunately, it's not the bishops that have brought us to this point. It's really, I think, some of our public officials who, and we're at a new moment in the pro-life movement. And I think this is important for us to understand. Those who advocate for abortion no longer talk in the language of choice. They talk about it as a right. That's what our president talks about, it as a right. And this really evolved when, under a previous administration, when he was the vice president, when abortion became, not by an act of Congress, not by a court, but by a regulation declared as medical care. And it's out of this context that this president now says it's a right, and therefore everybody is going to have to pay taxes for this, as we see the attack on the Hyde Amendment. Everybody is to be implicated in it. And this is a Catholic president that's doing this, the most aggressive thing we've ever seen in terms of this attack on life when it's most innocent. We made our own statement a couple of years ago why it's preeminent. Why is the abortion issue preeminent? Because it attacks life when it's most vulnerable, because it destroys the most sacred bonds within the family between mother and child, father and child, and because of the sheer numbers. There's nothing else that compares to it. So yes, it is a preeminent issue. It's not the only issue, but it is a preeminent issue. And it's really those in public life who then flaunt their Catholicity, love to describe themselves as devout Catholics, and then act in these ways simultaneously. When at our Limina visit, when we talked with Pope Francis about this, he agreed with the language of preeminence. He even said that without the right to life, there are no other rights. And he also went on to say that when he talks about this issue with those that don't agree, he asks two questions. Is it ever right to kill a child to solve a problem? And then he says the second question, is it ever right to hire someone to kill a child to solve a problem? This is the clarity, I think, with which Pope Francis frames these issues. Again, I think this whole idea of posturing this as denying people communion, we're calling everybody to integrity, including those in public life. And yes, the president, the speaker, they have a right to disagree with us, but then they should say that. And, you know, when we bring somebody into the church to from a Christian but non-Catholic, there's an oath that people take. And it says, I believe and profess all that the Holy Catholic Church believes, teaches, and proclaims to be revealed by God. And when we receive the Eucharist, in essence, every time we receive it, we are affirming that as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Archbishop. Archbishop Wester.
Doctrine, thank you for all the work you've done on this matter thus far. It seems to me that our conference should not seek to develop at this time of pandemic and challenge a major teaching document on the Eucharist, which will inevitably be seen as partisan in the current ecclesial and public context of division, with battles over what is in and what is out, amendments, and predictable reporting focused on conflict. Rather, I believe that we should consider a brief pastoral reflection on what it means to be the body of Christ as we emerge from a time of suffering and of loss. These are the signs of the times. This has been a period when we could not gather as usual for the Eucharist and as communities of faith and love, a time of testing for our church, our nation, and our world, including a time of economic stress and racial reckoning. This short reflection that I would propose, I would call it Welcome Home. It could be an invitation to rediscover what unites us, what gives us strength, and sends us forth to proclaim the good news, to defend human life and dignity, and to serve the least of these. It would be an invitation back to the Eucharist and to the mission we share as disciples of Christ. It would be a positive, affirming, challenging reminder that we are one family of faith, united by the Eucharist and the gospel of Jesus Christ. I realize this is a pivot from the current draft being proposed, but I think it's still very much centered on the Eucharist, and I hope that we'd step back and consider this new direction, a briefer pastoral welcoming people home and recognizing the situation that our people are experiencing at this time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Archbishop. Bishop Rhodes, might be something good to consider for the committee.
I think we had the intention that this have a very positive tone, but I would not want to, I still think the committee has spent a lot of time preparing this outline, and I can't, at this point, I don't want to withdraw the plan, but I think some of what Archbishop Wester said would be in the document, and would be welcoming people, and would be, I think will be a very positive document. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Archbishop Cordileone.
Thank you, Archbishop Gomez, and thank you, Bishop Rhodes, for your excellent presentation. I too am in favor of this document, and I do think it is very timely. There are 3 points I would like to make in order to help guide our thinking on this critical issue. First of all, we'll all recall, or some will know, that we attempted to have this conversation 17 years ago when then Cardinal McCarrick withheld the letter from Cardinal Ratzinger written to us that gave us very sound direction. The very same letter whose principles Cardinal Ladaria advises us to use in formulating our own document. I'm very much in favor of this being inclusive of all issues attacking human life and dignity, but I will point out that that letter of Cardinal Ratzinger does specifically mention abortion and euthanasia. But even McCarrick would say repeatedly, it almost became a refrain, that we are united in our teaching. The current proposed document is a teaching document. It will be theologically comprehensive, presenting the teaching of the Church. And so while we have to accept that different prudential judgments can legitimately be made about how best to promote church teaching and apply church discipline, I certainly hope we can all agree on the substance of church teaching, and therefore that which will be the content of this document. Secondly, in a sense, it can be said that this is just another document. The reference has been made to happy are they called to a supper. That was 15 years ago. So documents are only effective to the extent that they are implemented. The difference I see with the current proposed document, and this is precisely because it will be so theologically comprehensive, is that it can serve as a valuable resource for bishops in discerning how to address the situation in their own local churches. Bishops can use this as a guide in order to help them make decisions in that area. And if it's within the parameters of this document, then he can be assured he's not acting in a way that disrupts harmony with his brother bishops. And it also justifies respect for the bishop's decision, whatever decision that might be. We all have to be able to respect each other in the decisions that we make. And there's a legitimacy if the bishop is following the guidance of this or the principles of this document. Finally, I would like to suggest that at this moment, our credibility is on the line. We all know our credibility has suffered, perhaps wrongly to some extent, maybe even to a large extent. But that certainly is the perception and therefore the reality we're dealing with. The eyes of the whole country are on us right now. If we fail now and do not act courageously in presenting church teaching, again, this is a teaching document, comprehensive, but presenting this teaching clearly and convincingly on this core Catholic value, how can we expect to be taken seriously when speaking on any other topic? Who knows how long it will be before that happens again. So some may be feeling hesitant to approve the writing of this document. I would remind all of us of the biblical injunction that St. John Paul II repeated throughout his pontificate from literally day one to the point that it became identified with him, especially because he modeled it so well. Be not afraid.
Thank you, Archbishop.
Medley.
Bishop Medley.
Gomez, and thank you, Bishop Rhodes, that Bishop opening remarks when you tried to define more clearly what would be dealt with under this section called Eucharistic consistency, that you made clear that there would be no attempt to identify a person or category of persons that the bishops would urge not receive Holy Communion. My concern is that already at this point, we have lost the narrative in terms of the media, both the secular media and media that would call itself Catholic, both mainstream media and social media. All they're reporting on in any discussion of this is this little section on Eucharistic consistency. And they're waiting to see who the bishops withhold communion from or propose not asked to receive communion. I'm not comfortable with that at all. And I think that detracts from the beauty and fullness of all the other points that to be made there. So I would, if this project is to proceed, I would hope it would proceed with some real soon clarification of what this Eucharistic consistency is not going to say, that it's not going to identify a person or class of persons or a particular sin as above all being a reason that one would be denied Holy Communion. It's my first concern. My second is a distress about what we find in the media. None of us can control how the media reports what we say or what we do. We've all probably been misquoted by the media, or what we've said has been taken out of context. And so when I read things attributed to other bishops, I don't presume that those are accurate. At the same time, to the extent that they might be accurate, what it brings to mind for me is the gospel story of Jesus encountering the disciples arguing among themselves. And he turned to them and he said, "It cannot be this way with you." And so, my brothers, that would be my plea and my prayer for us, that that cannot be that way with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Medley. Bishop Stowe.
Thank you, Archbishop Gomez and Bishop Rhodes. What Cardinal Cupich referred to earlier as ambiguity, I'm hearing more and more as discrepancy. What is this document intended to do? And then the repeated interventions that it's about, the time with a Catholic president who doesn't agree with church teaching on abortion. I think that alone indicates that we are not in a place to be composing this document, drafting this document, without the ability to have the serene and extensive discussion, serene and extensive discernment that is called for by Cardinal Ladaria. Pope Francis has already started this approach to synodality for the Synod of Bishops and has indicated the importance of having such a process of synodality in the local church and in the national church. We're not even talking about it, but we're demonstrating why that's needed so much here. So I would oppose this document because it's not the correct method for doing it, leaving it to a limited committee that is already ambiguous about the purpose of the document, nor is it the time to do it when we've not yet emerged from the pandemic and are not able to come together. If it really is the teaching about the beauty, the mystery, the liturgy of the Eucharist and enhancing a love for the Eucharist, then draft the first two sections and let the process that Cardinal Ladaria describes lead us into that third section about Eucharistic coherence. I would also say that in addition to concern about whether our own people come back when churches are fully open and when we're able to celebrate the Mass as we like with full churches, I would hesitate, I would guess to say that in most of our cities, there are communities in megachurches that have more baptized Catholics in them than many of our churches, and wonder who this document ought to be directed towards. Many Catholics have gone to those other churches because of scandals, because of incompatibility with some aspects of church teaching, and don't seem to have missed the Eucharist. So I think we have to be convincing of ourselves of what is so important about the Eucharist. And I really urge consideration of what Archbishop Lester has proposed, that we have a short document inviting us to form the body of Christ and truly be the body of Christ, a healing presence in the world at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Stowe. Cardinal Gregory.
Thank you. Dear brothers, we've come to this unusual moment confronting a significant challenge. We have lived for nearly a year and a half in physical isolation from our people and largely from ourselves. This distance has been more than just bodily. It has also been interpersonal and at times even spiritual. In my nearly 38 years as a member of this Episcopal Conference, I cannot recall a similar moment. We have had to face serious challenges before, but always with the blessings of ample times for prayer, for dialogue, for debate, and in each other's company. Our response to the clerical sexual abuse scandal 2 decades ago was one such moment when we rose together to address, but admittedly not totally, to solve a serious and devastating situation. We did so together, united as a conference of bishops. The very unity of our conference has been tested recently, and thus the strength of our voice in advancing the mission of Christ has been seriously weakened. Cardinal Ladaria's response letter to our Usccb president's communication calls us first to pursue and to deepen a spirit of unity based upon serene dialogue within our conference, among our people, and with other national Episcopal conferences, and of course, ultimately, with the Holy See before we presume to address other critical matters. The gift of unity within the Church was at the heart of Jesus's prayer for unity for his disciples and for us. We need to spend time, personal time, in candid, straightforward conversation together to strengthen that unity within our conference and among all of our people prior to taking the next steps toward any statement or plan of action. To seek to advance any statement prior to the serene and necessary discussion that needs to predate such a document would further damage the unity upon which a successful document fundamentally depends. Cardinal Ladaria's wise recommendations advise that we begin with a fraternal dialogue that will allow us to open our hearts to one another as we have done in the past. Only then can we take the next measures that will draw us closer to the mystery of the Eucharist. Put simply, therefore, the choice before us at this moment is either we pursue a path of strengthening unity among ourselves or settle for creating a document that will not bring unity, but may very well further damage it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Your Eminence. Cardinal DiNardo.
Thank you very much. Am I unmuted? Am I being heard? Am I being heard or not? Okay, here I go.
I want to thank the committee for their work thus far. My interest in this document is actually, it's part on the mystery celebrated and the mystery believed. I would hope that as this document is developed, and I do favor it going forward, that the committee puts some real emphasis on the notion of Eucharistic presence or presences, and there are many presences of Christ in the liturgy and outside, that the presence of the Eucharistic Lord as a communion between a local church and the Church of Rome and a community of a parish or whatever, a local community with their bishop, be very much a part of this document. An ecclesiology here is very important, that we do things together as a koinonia. And I think that this is a document that can actually give a synthesis that would allow us to discuss not only the Eucharist, the liturgy and the Eucharist celebrated and believed, but then allow it to say something about the Eucharist lived. I think we have to do this now. I am in agreement with Archbishop Naumann as the chair of the Pro-Life Committee, one of many important committees in our conference, that is bringing to light a significant factor. Our unity in Christ is so important here that I think the document has to be developed so that we can, in person, discuss the varieties of issues that hit us. There are a number of bishops who have presented arguments today that are opposed to us going ahead. I think some of them are interesting. What I do oppose, however, is if someone puts together some kind of motivation. I do not like when someone puts motivation on the part of those of us, for instance, who want to see the document go ahead, that our motivation is less than Christological and ecclesiological. So I would say we should go ahead with the document. We should be mindful of some of the objections that have been raised by those who want us to delay. I do not think we can delay because my own suspicion is, having been a former president, that as the document is worked out, there will be further ways for us to have serene dialogue and conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Eminence. Archbishop Courts.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Good. Well, thank you very much, Archbishop Gomez and Bishop Rhodes, for your presentation. I wanted to just share with you why I am inclined to vote in favor of moving forward. I've listened carefully to a lot of the presentations, and I'm aware, first of all, I was grateful that there is a full and a robust presentation. I will welcome the foundational document, especially as we find ourselves moving forward with Eucharistic renewal within the Archdiocese. I secondly was happy to hear that it is not a policy that in any way is directing a local bishop, but rather a teaching foundation. And I think we need that teaching foundation. And I believe that the unity that will come within the bishops within the United States, united, of course, with our Holy Father, will begin with a deep respect for one another and a deep respect for the fact that our pastoral judgments may not always be the same. We recognize that. However, in some ways, I'm worried that the media in many ways has already anticipated a written text that has not yet been begun. We have an outline, we have an assurance from Bishop Rhodes and his committee, and I'm positively persuaded by that. So I wanted to at least let you all know that I, for one, will welcome the opportunity for the text and also for the dialogue that will follow.
Thank you, Archbishop. Bishop Nestout.
Thank you very much, Archbishop, and thank you, Bishop Rhodes. Just a couple thoughts here, and some of this is, I'll try to be brief, but bring together a little bit with Archbishop Laurie had mentioned, herself, so Bishop Medley and Archbishop Wester, but not too long ago and through these last weeks, secular media has covered this, and the narrative that's used is very much a political narrative. And we've all seen that, and it seems to have politicized kind of the efforts here to look at this this issue of the Eucharistic devotion and communion. And so we see that around us. Just recently, there was an article in the Washington Post about this. And although it does couch it in those terms, political terms, in the heart of it, of course, is sometimes I think journalists call it like a buried lead. It's in the heart of it is that mention of the Pew Research poll about many of our Catholic faithful not believing in the real presence. So I think that becomes kind of the heart of the issue in my mind, which is that we really can't and shouldn't relinquish our teaching role here and to be able to move forward with some kind of document that would be associated with and a complement to any efforts we make in terms of Eucharistic renewal, especially in these efforts under the Committee for Evangelization and Catechesis. I would propose that there be some way of making sure that's a conscious and clear link in terms of the efforts of that committee. We'll be discussing, I guess, tomorrow. And to have this as a document that complements those efforts so that we're really kind of expressing the teaching about the Eucharist, its beauty, its significance, its importance for us as Catholics, and to express that in a good way as helping facilitate the revival of our own Catholic faithful and their integration to life of the Church. And so I would support the idea of moving forward with a document on the Eucharist, and but make sure it's very clear that it is a teaching and pastoral document that's going to assist us in renewing our sense of devotion and appreciation for the real presence and Eucharistic devotion. So thank you.
Thank you, Bishop. Brothers, we have, I think, 19 still waiting to talk. So it seems that if it is okay with you all, we extend the meeting. We're supposed to end the meeting at 5, but we can go for a little while because I think this is a very good conversation. So now, Bishop Jacobs.
Thank you. I want to go on record as not supporting the writing of the document, not because it's not needed to strengthen our teaching on the Eucharist, but I think that there are, first of all, adequate instructions already published, and I think that a diocesan pastor or a parish pastor is competent and motivated to teach about the Blessed Sacrament and the liturgy of the Eucharist and Eucharistic adoration. Those same two pastors are also competent, if anyone is, to engage individuals in a dialogue about their worthiness to receive Holy Communion. So I don't think that the issues that we're bringing up are going to be addressed by a document from the conference or by this initiative on Eucharistic revitalization. Generally speaking, the impact of those kinds of nationwide events and initiatives rarely bear any fruit on the level of parish and parishioner. So I would not support writing another document. Thank you.
Bishop. Thank you. Bishop Bambera.
Thank you. Thanks, Archbishop, and thanks, Bishop Rhodes, for your good work on this. I think in light of the conference's current strategic plan, it surely is opportune for this body to consider the development of a document on the Eucharist. But I have some concerns relative to the parameters that have been established in the letter that was sent to us by Cardinal Ladaria, the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. We've heard this before, but I would simply reiterate the fact that there are a number of points that the Cardinal does call us to consider: a two-stage dialogue amongst bishops. And that doesn't mean a dialogue that we've been having over the years. I think it means a dialogue in light of what's being proposed, a dialogue between bishops and politicians in light of what's being proposed right now, the assurance that we're not targeting only one category of Catholics, and very importantly, which we have not heard, the need to consult with other Episcopal conferences. It's unclear to me that these steps have yet to be taken. I simply would offer to all of you that it is most unfortunate that our unity on this important issue has been called into question by ourselves and by the people entrusted to our care. All the more reason that as a bishops' conference, we make it clear to everyone that we desire to maintain in a real and substantive manner unity with the Holy See and ultimately with our Holy Father. Now, we can say we have that, but I think at this moment, the clearest way in which that unity can be accomplished is that we follow with care and precision the protocols established by the CDF as set forth in this letter. And so with that in mind, it would be very difficult for me to support this this document going forward unless we have clear understanding of how we are following the parameters that have been set forth by the CDF. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Ambera. Bishop Olson?
All of my brother bishops who've spoken today. As bishops, I think we are judged and have been judged, as our predecessors have been, by a perceived indifference to injustice. Pope Francis himself, writing in Bonus Samaritanus, speaks about this sin of indifference to the plight of those who are most vulnerable. And I think that argues, in a sense, for our consideration of the Eucharist and also its effects on and its significance amidst a circumstances of hostility that have been with weaponized partisan discourse against the Christian anthropology in the last several years in our country, not only against abortion, against the unborn, but also against the integrity of married life, and also as well against other sins against life. We cannot, while we can't we cannot focus exclusively on abortion. We cannot ignore the fact that abortion is a sin of such gravity that itself carries a late sententiae sin, a punishment to it. The Eucharist is being celebrated amidst many confusing circumstances today. Our people are counting on us for a voice of clarity, pastoral patience, and charity in the midst of so much confusion. We cannot ignore the circumstances in which we currently are. And I think we need to proceed, as we have been today, with good dialogue directed towards the great gift of inestimable value that we've been given in the Eucharist. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Olson. Bishop Bigler.
Thank you, Archbishop Gomez and Bishop Rhodes, and thank you for this extra time allotted now for this discussion. I found it helpful that the letter from Cardinal Ladaria, in quotes, advised that dialogue among the bishops be undertaken to preserve unity of the Episcopal Conference, and that we should take seriously that a policy regarding the worthiness to receive Holy Communion, again in quotes, could have the opposite effect and become a source of discord rather than unity within the episcopate and the larger church in the United States. Since he wrote that letter, the proposal for a policy on the worthiness of Holy Communion has changed to a proposal to define Eucharistic consistency, which includes a theological and doctrinal background to the church's discipline. Despite that change in language, the context of this discussion remains the same. Bishops have issued statements saying that Catholic politicians who support abortion rights should be barred from communion. So Eucharistic consistency is likely to be understood as worthiness to receive Holy Communion. Therefore, I still find the instruction of the Holy See to be essential for how we should proceed, as some others have said. They advise a two-stage dialogue, as well as a consultation with other Episcopal conferences to preserve unity with the Universal Church. We should heed the emphasis on dialogue and unity, as well as the warning of discord. Unity is to be preserved within the U.S. bishops and the larger Catholic Church in the United States, with the Universal Church, including other Episcopal conferences and the Holy See. In addition to the urgency to address Eucharistic consistency, there's an even more urgent matter, the emphasis to preserve unity. If our efforts end in fomenting discord within the Church, we will have failed. People need our unity above all else. Keeping in mind the Holy See's instruction for dialogue prior to formulating a statement, I plan to vote against proceeding with the development of a document along the lines of the proposed draft. However, if the section on Eucharistic consistency were separated from the proposed draft, then I would be in favor of the document. This would allow us to move forward in developing that theological and pastoral document on the mystery of the Eucharist and the life of the Church. And it would allow for a serene dialogue as requested by the Holy See in regard to the issue addressing Eucharistic communion and the problem of serious sin. Therefore, I propose that during this meeting, we should consider separating the Eucharistic consistency section from the theological and pastoral document on the mystery of the Eucharist. Then consider giving the doctrine committee the approval to move forward. Also, we should take some time to discuss the best means of dialogue with one another, politicians, and other Episcopal conferences on the matter of Eucharistic communion and serious sin. This proposal is not to ignore the discipline of the Church, but to have a robust dialogue as instructed by the Holy See to preserve unity and to have a mature process. To get that started, I would like to suggest that we consider asking bishops to meet in person as regions within the next 3 months. Summaries of those meetings could be reported to all the bishops, the doctrine committee, as well as the administrative committee. The November meeting will be in person, which would allow for the next level of dialogue. Also, at the November meeting, the Usccb representatives could be chosen to dialogue with other Episcopal conferences. After the November meeting, bishops should dialogue with politicians within their jurisdictions. And between February and May of 2022, bishops should follow-up regional meetings should be held for bishops to discuss the fruit of the above meetings that I've mentioned. Then at the June 2022 meeting, the bishops could discern, as Cardinal Ladari suggested, in quotes, the best way forward for the Church of the United States to witness to the grave moral responsibility of Catholic public officials to protect human life at all stages. During the above meetings, at least some of the guiding documents should include the letter from the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith of May 7th and the Congregational Doctrinal Note on some questions regarding the participation of Catholics in the political life from 2002. Therefore, I would like to ask the Doctrine Committee, is the Doctrine Committee willing to remove the section on Eucharistic consistency from the outline and the eventual document?
Thank you, Bishop Bigler. Bishop Soto?
Okay. There's 3 points I wanted to make quickly. One, I appreciated very much Bishop Rhodes' presentation. But the 2 recommendations I wanted to make. One is that that the Eucharist, one theme that is not included in the outline, and I think is an important theme, is that the Eucharist is a foretaste of the eschatological banquet. I think this is a very powerful theme whenever we gather for Eucharist, and it's not really mentioned in the outline. And I think particularly in terms of some of the issues that have been talked about today, it could be a helpful point to pursue in any document, the Eucharist as the foretaste of the eschatological banquet, because the Eucharist, I fear is should not be defined by the realities that we're facing right now, and particularly the political rancor of the current moment in this country. But the Eucharist defines the reality in which we find ourselves, and I think that's an important perspective for us to keep in mind. The other recommendation I wanted to also mention is I think it's important to, when we talk about coherence, that the Eucharist is the Sacramentum Caritatis, the sacrament of charity, and that there should be a prominent theme that has been emphasized by Pope Benedict, and that should be emphasized in this document, is that there should be a coherence between the charity of the Eucharist and the charity of our lives. And I think that there's a challenge for us as a Catholic community to live up to that call. And finally, I do want to endorse the recommendation by Bishop Warfel, as well as other bishops, of a strong dynamic of dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Soto. Archbishop Asian.
Thank you, Archbishop Gomez. And Bishop Rhodes, thank you as well for the presentation today and the clarifications that you offered to the body. I'm still very mindful of how the documentation is speaking. And that's basically what we're being asked to vote upon today. And it seems that the real challenge before us is highlighted in the proposal itself, and stating that in November 2020, the Usccb approved the 2021-2024 strategic plan, created anew by the body and blood of Christ, source of our healing and hope. That is a great focus. I think if we could elevate the focus of this teaching document to that topic, we'd be well advised. But then it goes on to say that the working group on engaging the new administration, which Archbishop Gomez established, made the recommendation that the conference produce a document on Eucharistic consistency. And therein lies, I think, the challenge that we're facing today is the thing we cherish most as Catholics, as brother bishops, is Christ, is his church, is the Eucharist, his very presence that he left to nourish us. And that this topic, this cherished source of our life and charity and unity, is now enmeshed in a conversation about politics. And that's a very difficult place for us to be. The documentation goes on to say that the Committee on Doctrine discussed the matter and agreed to develop a proposal for the document that would place the topic of Eucharistic consistency within the wider context of church teaching on the mystery of the Eucharist. So again, it seems in our documentation that the focus on Eucharistic consistency is still a priority, despite the reassurances, the clarifications that were offered to us today. As I've thought about this topic for the last couple of weeks, if not months now, I just keep coming back to the person of Jesus, to the person of Christ. And the Eucharist, the grace and the power that it offers us is through the cross. It's through his passion, death, and resurrection. Jesus came into the world to save. not to condemn. He was even asked by some, why did he eat with sinners? I often like to say it's the only option he had. But Jesus came to reveal the perfect love of God, the unconditional love, the sacrificial, salvific love of the Father. And then he chose us to continue his ministry. As pastors, this is what we do. We are sent by the Lord himself to continue that same ministry, to continue that same mission, and to be the face of the risen Christ to the church in the world today. And I think the document that's proposed to us today is enmeshed in a way that, as so many of you have more eloquently than I have spoken to, that makes it very difficult for us to keep the Eucharist as it's, I think, intended by the Lord himself. So I will not be supporting the proposed document. Thank you.
Thank you, Archbishop. Archbishop Coakley.
Rhodes and all of you, my brothers who have already spoken, and all who are following very closely the conversations that we're having today. Listening intently and reflecting upon my prayer over the last weeks, one of the verses that has come to me again and again is simple. Fear is useless. What is needed is trust. I'm hearing a lot of apprehension and a lot of fear, perhaps, as to what this document might contain and how this sensitive topic might be communicated, and how people might react, what its impact might be. I think the Lord is calling us to trust. I think the Lord is calling us to trust that he is with us, that he's guiding us, that the Eucharist is indeed the sacrament of charity, and it's the source of our unity. I'm strongly in favor of allowing the Doctrine Committee to advance with the drafting of a teaching document, a document that our church needs at this time. We will have ample opportunity, my brothers, to parse this document, to modify this document, to amend this document, to have our way with it. And if in the end we decide it's the wrong document, we'll have a chance to vote on that. But at this point, we need to propose something. Our people need to hear from us. We're their shepherds. And we're coming through such a difficult time of challenge, pandemic, and discord in our community and our society. We need to step up and be shepherds and propose the greatest gift that Christ has given, the gift of the Eucharist, in a clear and forthright and non-apologetic way. I see this as an opportune time with the Eucharistic revival proposal that is before us, and to build a foundational teaching document to remind the faithful, to teach the faithful what a great gift the Lord has left us with. So I will certainly be voting to advance this proposal. Thank you, my brothers.
Thank you, Archbishop. Bishop Wall.
Thank you, Archbishop Gomez, and thanks, Bishop Rhodes, for your good work. Thanks for your clarity in terms of what you propose and how we're going to move forward. And I really appreciate it. I don't see this, and I know it can get framed this way. I don't see this as political, but I see this as pastoral. I think you see this as being a teaching document to have, to teach the heart and the mind of our Lord. And I think we were all sad about 2 years ago when we saw that Pew study come out and see 70% of people not believing, Catholics polled not believing in the Eucharist, and it even bumped up a little bit with the millennials, and they've had the benefit of the new catechism, and so I think it was kind of sad to see that. We're all saddened by that,
I guess I just make a plea on behalf of a poor diocese. And I remember the line the Brazilian cardinal said to the Holy Father when he was elected, don't forget the poor. And a diocese such as mine, we don't have the resources or maybe to send away people to get advanced degrees and different things like that. And so a lot of things that we do is we rely upon the good work of the conference, of the committees, of some of the statements and documents that come from the conference. And we find that very helpful. And I would see, I'm going to vote in favor of this because I would see this as something very helpful to me, to my priests, to the religious, to the lay faithful, as well as those who aren't Catholic, those who are on the peripheries, to help them to understand the beauty and the richness of the true presence of the Eucharist. Because I think if the world really understood that, we could double all of our masses, and we still wouldn't have enough room to contain all the people if they understood the true presence of the Eucharist. So I'm grateful for this, and I hope we vote to move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Wall. Bishop Conderla.
I also want to speak in favor of moving forward with this document, not least of which is because I'm hearing from lots of people, as you all are, who have a very simplistic understanding of what this Canon 915 or any reason why a person should not approach to receive communion and so forth, how that actually works. And so I really look forward to this document to help deepen people's understanding and appreciation of the gift the Eucharist is and how we should prepare ourselves to receive it. So I urge that we go forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Conderla. Bishop McKnight.
Thank you, Archbishop Gomez, especially for extending the time for us to give our thoughts. And I will keep this very brief. It's apparent to me that there's a division in the conference in terms of how we're perceiving the context and the letter from Cardinal Ladaria, and therefore the content of what is being proposed. And I'm not going to rehash all of that. I don't think there's anything wrong with developing a ground-up approach with bishops in their provinces and regions first discussing this, but touching upon what Archbishop Jacels commented on, we have more of issues as a conference when we are going outside our lane, when we diverge into areas that there isn't a strong canonical foundation for us to be involved in the specific question of Eucharistic consistency, the discipline of deciding who gets communion and who doesn't. I think that's the proposals that have come forward to separate that from what the conference has a very strong foundation to do, and that is to build a teaching document, as this is billed verbally. But I'm sorry, what I see in writing and on paper, it's not just a teaching document, it's a document that addresses discipline. So I would urge that we find a way of doing that. I don't want to stop a teaching document on the Eucharist to go forward, but why wasn't there, for example, as part of the plan, that there would have been questions about this in our regional meetings? Why isn't there a plan right now to set up regional meetings before the next administrative committee meeting? Those are questions I have and have never been answered. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Bishop McKnight. Bishop Carver.
Thank you, Archbishop, and again for the extra time that you're allowing today. And also thank you, Bishop Rhodes, for explaining very well how you envisioned the document ending up and the hopeful, positive tone coming from it. I really feel for the position that you find yourself in today and in recent weeks. But I think we need to remember the origin of the document. And I think, Archbishop Coakley, this addresses some of that issue of mistrust that you referenced a moment ago. At the very beginning of the November Zoom meeting, a sense of urgency was exhibited about our need to respond to the newly elected administration. And I believe that's where the political narrative got started. And it was a conversation, the conversation that was held did not come to a consensus at all. A working group was formed, as mentioned in the proposal, as Archbishop Asian read it. I was going to read the same, I won't now. And then on January 21st, a presidential message was issued on Inauguration Day that I felt did not flow from our conversation in November. I was quite distressed at that presidential statement. And then we found out after the working group was concluded, then we found out who was part of the working group. And now what is proposed sounds quite different from the origin of the document and the tone struck by some bishops in media in recent weeks and months. I want to chime in with those who are calling for regional, or I would prefer provincial meetings, because Texas is large, and Region 10 is very large. We need to engage in listening to each other before we start writing. And frankly, I'm a little bit cynical about the worry about time. There seems to be a rush to this, and I don't think the Holy Spirit traditionally works that quickly, and certainly the Roman Catholic Church doesn't. And I can't help but wonder if the years 2022 and 2024 might be part of the rush. And I think we need to be real careful not to get embroiled in the political situation. So thank you very much for giving the time. And again, Archbishop, thank you for the extra time you've allotted today.
Thank you. Bishop Esteves?
Thank you, Archbishop Gomez, for your patience and inclusiveness in listening to us. I think that we have matured in our own listening, and in reality, we are listening to one another. I think that in November, we will have an occasion of reviewing this document. I also trust that the committee, the doctrinal committee, will have a variety of exchange of opinions, and the administrative committee will review that. So I think that the process, and the Holy Father insists on process, we have a process that should lead us to a good way forward. And let us not forget either that there is unanimity among us on the culture of life and the protection of the unborn. So we are more united than on the prudential question on how to deal with this particular issue that we are in. So I am quite confident that we can move forward, and we can include in the process, we can include some of very good suggestions that have been included, like to involve the regional meetings, and to involve more consultations. In one word, I recommend to move forward with confidence that we have a good process ahead of us.
Thank you. Bishop Daly. Brothers, we have about 9 that are still asking to participate in the conversation. So we are getting to the point that we may be able to come to an end. So thank you for your comments. Bishop Daly.
Thank you, Archbishop. I just want to express my support for this, the outline, the work done, and I agree with Archbishop Naumann and Cardinal Donato and some of the other ones who've spoken. The landscape has definitely changed since the document of 2006. There is an aggressiveness in a number of elected officials, and this call for dialogue. Sometimes I wonder if the dialogue is meant not truly to listen, but to delay. I remember being a priest serving in California, and a certain elected official, very prominent still, was interviewed by Tom Brokaw and was speaking about when life began. And she claimed that the church was never clear when life began. And to that, Tom Brokaw said, "I'm not a Catholic, but I think the church is very clear. Life begins at conception." So this call for dialogue with elected officials, many of those prominent officials, and this is only one part of the document, know clearly what the church teaches. They speak about their education. So I just wonder if we should follow the path and root it in truth. Because I think if we keep this in truth and we respect the dignity of life, which only follows from the sanctity of life, we can bring about that unity. We can't have unity if we're not rooted in truth. And maybe the way to guide us is that interaction of Jesus with the rich young man, as we find in Mark's gospel, where it's very clear Jesus loved that man. That is, he wanted what was best. And I think all of us want what's best for the people we serve, especially those who carry the responsibilities of civic leadership. We want what's best for them, the salvation of the souls. Jesus also, we're told, respected that young man's freedom. When he told him to sell what he had, the man couldn't do it. There was too much. And he walked away. He didn't become a disciple. But the third significant thing is that Jesus did not compromise. He didn't say, just sell half of what you have. And I think guiding us as the church, some have argued here today that this is an effort to offend people, to exclude people. I think it is a time for us to clarify, to speak the truth in humility and charity. And why? Because we are the shepherds and teachers of these elected officials and others. And I believe that if we don't do that, we have failed in our obligation. We don't want to issue a document entitled, "We agree to disagree." I think the people of God are looking to us, and our integrity, as someone said, is at stake. Yes, it is. Not because we are teaching some of the more difficult aspects of Catholic theology and what we believe. It's because our credibility has suffered still, I believe, because of the McCarrick report. It left certain things out. The money, for example, where it went and who received it, who owes their current position in the church to his influence. So when it comes to our credibility, if we root ourselves in Christ and in the truth, I will really believe it will bring that unity. I don't see this document being rushed. I think there's plenty of time for input, whether it's in the province or in the region, but I believe it is the right thing for us to do to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bishop Clark.
Thank you. I hope I'm being heard now. One of the things I find missing in the discussion is our reflection on how we know this document is going to be received. I think it's clear from listening to all this, we have a pretty good notion how the document will be received and who's going to receive it in what way. I think we have to take responsibility for that. If we're going to vote for this document, we also have to be very conscious of the fact that we know how it's going to be received. I personally, listening to Bishop McElroy, I found his elaboration very clear on pointing in that direction. Are we giving real consideration to whether we're going to be heard accurately, how people are going to respond to that? And when we vote for this, we need to have that in mind. I personally would prefer a document that would focus on what I think is the far more grave situation, is so many people don't believe in the real presence of Christ. I don't think it's necessary to write a comprehensive document at this time that takes in all the elements that are being proposed. I would be much happier with a document that would focus on dealing with that particular issue and take away all the neuralgic issue about who is worthy to receive the Eucharist. That can always be left to a later discussion. But if that becomes the focus of the reception of this document, then we are not going to be heard in the context that we feel is really important about affirming the Eucharist as the source and center of our Christian life. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Clark. Bishop Silva.
Thank you. I think sometimes we talk about the Eucharist as a sacred object and forget that it is really a person. And this is the person who was not afraid to eat with sinners, as Bishop Aitchen mentioned. He wasn't afraid to be criticized for giving scandal for doing so. He was not afraid to be mocked and abused for the sake of our salvation. And I think we need to be clear that we are talking about one thing is the respect for life, and that needs to be clear. But the other thing is Eucharistic participation. The other, I think there are two different subjects. And I was looking at the sequence of the Corpus Christi Sunday, and there are a couple of verses that struck me. Bad and good the feast are sharing. Oh, what diverse dooms preparing. Endless death or endless life. Life to these, to those damnation. See how like participation is with unlike issues rife. So I think we need to teach what is right, and especially with regard to the Eucharist. But in the end, I think we need to let the Lord sort it out. And if you know, I don't think we need to be the necessarily the police of this. We need to let people know that this is a very serious issue, receiving the Lord unworthily. But once we have done that, then I think it really needs to be up to them. I fear sometimes that we are trying to redeem the Redeemer. So in light of that, I think the regional or provincial discussions would be very helpful. And I wouldn't wait until November, the November meeting, to have those. I think we should schedule those, perhaps a couple of them, before that November meeting, so that we can really dialogue and look at this issue and give input to the Doctrine Committee as to say whether we want to go ahead with this statement or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Silva.
Bishop
Hein.
Thank you, Archbishop, and thank you, Bishop Rhodes, for your presentation. I'll keep this brief as well. I just want to speak in favor of the document. I appreciate its broader context, but almost daily I speak with people, Catholics, laity, who are confused by the fact that we have a president who professes devout Catholicism and yet advances the most radical pro-abortion agenda in our history. And that leaves them concerned and confused. And I think they're looking for some direction, some teaching from us. So I think it's a moment to really speak about the power, the beauty, the centrality of the Eucharist, and to speak the truth in love. And when I look at the ministry of Jesus, he always fused love and truth together. So we love our people, we love our president, and we pray for him, and we pray for our leaders, especially our Catholics. They're in a unique role to do tremendous good. And so I pray for all of our leaders, and I pray that we can say something that is both loving and truthful, and is perhaps going to lead our leaders to conversion on issues that are central to all of us, namely the dignity of life, especially life in the womb. So thank you.
Bishop Hein. Colonel Tobin.
The Apostolic Nuncio reminded us that the building up of unity among bishops and within the life of the Church lies at the very heart of the mission entrusted to us as a National Episcopal Conference. For the mandate of the Second Vatican Council to form ongoing collegial bodies of bishops rested upon two complementary truths. One, that the complexities of the modern world required renewed structures of genuine collaboration in regional episcopal leadership, and that the authenticity and effectiveness of such collaboration would be dependent upon the unity that was achieved in its formation and execution. The nature of the unity that the Council points us toward is not unity among the bishops of the United States alone, for it embraces this conference's union with the Holy See and with the national Episcopal conferences throughout the world. Moreover, it is not a unity confined to the order of bishops. Our responsibility to place unity at the very center of all our actions as a conference embraces the constant mandate to build up harmony within the entire people of God, so that the gospel of Jesus Christ will be proclaimed ever more fruitfully to the Church of the United States and to our nation as a whole. The inclusion of the topic of Eucharistic consistency in the proposal that has been presented to us today constitutes a profound challenge to that unity in all of these dimensions. For as the public debate on this question during the past 2 months has testified, any effort by this conference to move in support of the categorical exclusion of Catholic political leaders from the Eucharist based on their public policy positions will thrust the bishops of our nation into the very heart of the toxic partisan strife which has distorted our own political culture and crippled meaningful dialogue. Such a pathway will be profoundly alienating for immense numbers of the faithful and will drive a wedge between the church and the wider section of American society as a whole. Moreover, the Holy See itself has raised serious questions about the nature and speed of the pathway being proposed, raising the specter that addressing this volatile and complex topic in this manner carries the risk of harming unity within the universal church by adopting a notion of Eucharistic consistency that is out of step with the wider church and does not reflect the imperative to witness effectively to the entire breadth of the Catholic social teachings and the gospel of Jesus Christ. Forging authentic unity among bishops of our nation on this volatile and profoundly divisive question of Eucharistic consistency cannot be accomplished on a fast-track timeline, nor can it be delegated to a committee. The issues involved are so searing and complex at this moment in our national history that the whole of our episcopate must be engaged meaningfully in their resolution. That is why Cardinal Laudati has requested that we embark on a process of genuine dialogue in approaching the topic of Eucharistic consistency and its applicability to Catholic public officials of our nation. The proposal before us presents us with a stark and historic choice. Voting in the affirmative will produce a document, but not unity. Voting against it will allow us to work together in dialogue to forge a broad agreement on the searing questions embedded in the issue of Eucharistic worthiness. Our very identity as an Episcopal conference calls us to vote no, and I will vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Eminence. We have 4 more, and I think...
One more, we'll end with her, Archbishop.
Okay, since now they're telling me 5 more, so, but if we can finish with that, because it's getting really late. Bishop Nevares.
It's Alt and A. Alt and A. Archbishop, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your wonderful insights. It's been very inspirational to listen to the bishops sharing their heart. Just a small item that I'd like to share with everybody. Bishop Olmsted, about maybe 3 or 4 months ago, has written a wonderful pastoral letter on the Eucharist in order to invite everybody back to the Eucharist, whether it be the Holy Mass or the adoration of the Blessed Sacrament. And so I would like to commend this pastoral letter to each of you, my brother bishops. It's named Veneremur Cernui. As you see, my Latin is a little rusty. Veneremur Cernui. So it's on our webpage for the Diocese of Phoenix. and it might serve as a basis of a dialogue, or it might even help Bishop Rhodes and your committee in your defining of the document. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bishop Nevares. Archbishop Hebda.
Archbishop, I'm very grateful for the work of the Doctrine Committee, and I think that they've managed to prompt the most robust discussion that I remember in the decade that I've been a bishop. For that reason, I'm very much in favor of their work continuing. But along with the continuation of this type of robust dialogue, perhaps it's the way that I think and learn, but I feel that it's only with concrete texts before us that we'll be able to focus on the issues that are most important to us and forge the unity that Cardinal Tobin just spoke about. I think there's only with concrete proposals before us that we will be able to move forward as Cardinal Ladaria has asked us to do. I am afraid that tabling the work on the proposed document would table our tackling of these important issues. We need to address this matter, even if it means a bit of Leo, as the Holy Father might say. I would be strongly in favor of the regional or provincial discussions that were proposed by Bishop Orfel and other brothers. I suspect that presumed timelines will have to be adjusted, but I certainly think that would be justified. I have confidence in what will emerge from our fraternal dialogue, and I trust that we will in time be able to arrive at a very sound teaching. Thank you.
Yes, Bishop. Bishop Calabat.
Bishop Rhodes, Bishop Estevez, and Archbishop Hebda, I think, hit the nail on the head. I just want to add that it seems like everyone is giving their opinion about church teachings, including politicians who openly change church teachings to suit their ideas. Everyone's speaking about the Eucharist except the Usccb. Individual bishops have given a word about accepting or rejecting these opinions, except us as a body. It's time. I wholeheartedly approve this document, and in light of Cardinal Ladaria's letter, we can dialogue and need to dialogue amongst ourselves in November after the document is written. It's not for us to dialogue amongst ourselves than with the politicians as input to the finalization of the document. In the meantime, I believe this will be a great assistance for our pastors as well as our faithful. They're both looking for us for guidance. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Bishop Calabat. Bishop Folda.
Thank you, Archbishop, and thank you, Bishop Rhodes and the committee. I just want to speak very quickly about the letter, my support for the letter. I think this is a very important moment for us as a body of bishops to be teaching on the Eucharist for all the reasons that have been described and commented on. I do think it would be a mistake to disconnect the notion of consistency from a broader teaching of the Eucharist. I think the whole picture needs to be presented to our faithful. And in this regard, I take some inspiration from the bishops of Latin America in their Paracita document. I think they were very forthright about the importance of consistency, coherence in proper living of our Eucharistic faith. And I think we should be just as forthright. I don't think that it's necessary for us to single out categories. I think that we can be full in our teaching without zeroing in on any one person or one single category of persons. But I don't think we should dodge that issue. I think it's an important issue right now. I also think that we can't ignore St. Paul's clear teaching on Eucharistic discernment. You know, as he taught on the doctrine of the Eucharist to those early churches, he brought this point out, the importance of proper discernment in receiving the Eucharist. It seems to me that we have a responsibility to guide the faithful in that same kind of discernment in the way that we live our Eucharistic faith. In a certain sense, I think this is perhaps the most non-controversial thing that we would do. That is simply moving forward to teach the faithful and the wider society on our belief, our faith in the Eucharist, which really is at the center of our lives as Catholics. And I think our people need to hear from us on this issue. So I am strongly in favor of moving forward. I also agree with the idea of doing some regional consultations along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Fulda. Finally, Archbishop Harmeyer.
Thank you, Archbishop. Who am I to judge? Pope Francis said. I believe there's so much wisdom in this conference of bishops, but I do believe that we need a document that uses the Gospel of John and his Eucharistic discourse to reflect upon the time in which we live and the challenges that we face. Although we are a redeemed people, none of us is truly worthy to receive the greatest gift of the Father and the Son's greatest gift of himself. We need to feed the hungry who will grow in faith by the body and the blood of Christ. We will become what we eat. The church needs to welcome and feed the hungry and allow the grace of the sacrament to heal and change the hearts of those who need to find the beacon of light that Christ is. I believe that a document is needed that can be embraced by the conference and lead our people to God and to a deeper belief in the power of the Eucharist. Thank you.
Thank you, Archbishop. So, brothers, thank you for the conversation. I think it was a very rich conversation. It's good to be able to listen to each other. I would like now to go back to Bishop Rhodes. I think there were a couple of questions that were asked, and maybe Bishop Rhodes can help us with that. And if he has any other comments about our dialogue. Bishop Rhodes.
Thank you, Archbishop, and thank you to all my brother bishops. This dialogue has been very helpful to listen to all of you as brothers. And I just want you to know that the goal for our committee will be unity. Unity in truth, unity in charity. As I mentioned earlier, we're very open to the input of regional meetings. I think that would be, I guess that would be left to the General Secretariat how to do that, because there are no scheduled regional meetings, I guess, until November. So Archbishop Gomez, that seems to be a strong recommendation from many bishops about regional or provincial meetings. I don't really know how to answer that other than to say the committee would be very happy to receive the input from regions or provinces, but I don't know how to go about organizing that. Perhaps the General Secretariat would.
Sure. With the recommendation of the Doctrine Committee, I can ask the General Secretary to go ahead and suggest to the regions to have the meetings, and according to what they prefer, it can be regional meetings or it can be province and regional meetings. I think we have time, so I think we'll be happy to do that. Bishop Rhodes, any other comments?
Thank you. Thank you, Archbishop. I have no other comments, so I can read the action item. Does the body of bishops approve the request of the Committee on Doctrine to proceed with the drafting of a formal statement on the meaning of the Eucharist in the life of the Church?
Thank you again, Bishop Rhodes. So, brothers, this action requires a simple majority of the members present and voting in order to move forward. There are no amendments for this action. Voting will take place via electronic ballot posted on the Bishops Only website. Voting will be open until 7 p.m. Eastern Time. The final results of the votes will be announced during our session tomorrow. And I think Monsignor Borrell has some announcement and instructions for us.
Thank you, Archbishop. Your Eminences, Your Excellencies, I kindly request that you click on the chat feature at the bottom of your screen to access the link to the electronic ballot. Please note this link can also be found on the Bishops Only website. If you have any difficulties accessing the electronic ballot or questions on remote voting, please contact the USCCB Meetings and Events Help Desk. The Help Desk phone number and email address are being displayed in the chat, as well as provided to you via email and the Bishops Only website. Once you click on the link, you will be taken to the electronic ballot. Also, as you know, there was a late amendment to Action Number 9, the Pastoral Framework for Marriage and Family Life Ministry. We are aware that some bishops had casted their votes prior to the amendment. If you voted and wish to change your vote as a result of the amendment, please contact the USCCB Meetings and Events Help Desk by 7 p.m. so that your original ballot can be deleted and you will be able to recast your vote. Choose your responses for the action item questions on the ballot. After voting, please click Next. On the following page, please enter your name as it appears on your registration, as well as the email address associated with your USCCB membership. Then click Submit. The program will display a confirmation that your ballot was received. If you are having any difficulties, please call the help desk. For good measure, the ballot will be open today, as Archbishop mentioned, until 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Results will be tallied electronically, and staff will authenticate the membership information for each ballot cast. Tellers will certify the process, and the final results will be announced during the General Assembly tomorrow. Thank you, Archbishop.
Okay, thank you, Monsieur. Apparently, there are two more bishops that want to make a comment or a question. So, Bishop Talley. Okay, thank you, Bishop Talley. Do you have a question or something? Okay. It's always a challenge, this virtual reality in which we live. But again, thank you for the conversation, and I think the meeting this afternoon, morning, afternoon for some of you also, it's been very fruitful for all of us in every single aspect that we have talked about. So I'm very grateful for your patience and also for your conversation. I think it's been just wonderful. So now we are coming to the close of our meeting today, and I ask Archbishop Vigneron to close the meeting with a prayer.
Thank you. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Saint Joseph,
pray for us. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Brothers, again, thank you, and we now adjourn for the day. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you. Oh, let me wait a second. I think we have people joining us. All right, I think we have everyone here. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. Welcome to the second press conference for the June Assembly of the U.S. Bishops. My name is Chieko Noguchi, and I'm the Director of Public Affairs for the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops. The host of our press conference is Bishop Michael Burbidge of the Diocese of Arlington. Bishop Burbidge is the chairman of the Usccb's Committee on Communications, and His Excellency is joining us from his chancery in Arlington. Bishop Burbidge, we're so grateful for your leadership for the Committee on Communications, and I'd like to hand it over to you for introduction of our panelists.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you for hanging in there. Our meeting went a little bit longer than anticipated today, so thank you for hanging around and engaging us in conversation this afternoon. It's been a very full afternoon of discussions on 9 action items on the agenda. We heard from the National Review Board Chair on our ongoing commitment and work in the area of protecting child and young people from abuse, as well as votes to approve causes for canonizations for 2 contemporary individuals. We had Archbishop Leonard Blair of Hartford, who is going to join us to answer questions about the liturgical translations that the bishops voted on today. But because the discussion ran so long this afternoon, he was unable to join us for this press conference due to a previous commitment on his schedule. I am joined by Bishop Kevin Rhodes once again, as he was here yesterday with us, of the Diocese of Fort Wayne, South Bend's chairman of the USCCB's Committee on Doctrine. Bishop Rhodes was with us yesterday and returns today. Thank you, Bishop Rhodes, for doing that. This afternoon, much of our discussion, the last section of our meeting was extensive. So all bishops who wanted to speak could be heard on the topic of the potential drafting of a document on the Eucharist. And we will not know the results of that vote until tomorrow morning. The votes are being done electronically tonight. Bishops have until 7 p.m. So we will get the votes tomorrow morning in our session at the beginning of our session. And if drafting the document on the Eucharist does move forward, as I mentioned yesterday, Bishop Rhodes' committee will do so. As you observed, perhaps from the live stream, the intensity and passion expressed in the individual interventions clearly show, I think, a few things. How deeply each bishop loves the Eucharist. I mean, that was a central theme. People had different opinions, different approaches to what we should do with this letter, but their love for the Eucharist was certainly evident across the board, as well as our desire to be united as a church, as a body of bishops, even though we have different ideas and different approaches to the subject. That desire for unity was so clearly there. I can't imagine. I mean, I'm so proud to be part of a conference like this, where you can have over 300 people debating, sharing different ideas, somewhat significantly disagreeing, but with transparency, with total respect. Every time a bishop began, he thanked the bishop who did the work. And so, you know, I'm very proud to be part of a conference of bishops that shows such respect for one another, even though we know there's disagreement and that desire to find a path to even stronger unity within our conference and in our church. And so we listened to each other respectfully. And now each bishop, having heard from other bishops, will be in a position to cast his vote, and that, as I said, will be given to us tomorrow. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'll hand this back to Chieko, who will coordinate the asking of the questions and the responses.
Okay. Thank you, Your Excellency. We'll open up the floor to questions from members of the media. We had about 40 journalists who had registered to participate. I think because we ran long, there's been some drop off in terms of numbers, and I know that there are lots of questions. We'll try to get to as many as we can in the limited time we have. To ask a question, I would ask that you use the private chat feature on your screen and indicate to us that you would like to ask a question. And when you're called on, please unmute yourself and ask your question. And please also make sure that the volume level on your microphone is turned up on your device. The first question goes to Elizabeth Dias with the New York Times.
Hi, everyone. And bishops, thank you so much for your time. It's great to see everyone, even virtually, since we haven't all been able to meet. This question is for Bishop Rhodes. We've all heard a lot of debate today, and I was hoping you could just clear one thing up for us. Should President Joe Biden be allowed to receive communion from the Catholic Church? And then I have a follow-up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was waiting for the follow-up. Okay. Yeah, I can't answer that question. We will be looking at that whole issue of Eucharistic consistency. And the way the church's law is, that is for his own bishop. There is when you look at canon law, that's a decision of his bishop. That is not the task of our committee to look at individuals.
Okay, thank you. And there's something quite symbolic about this, at least from my perspective covering the country. President Biden is clearly the most observant president in almost 50 years since Jimmy Carter. He goes to Mass regularly. And it seems that he's just not observant in ways that work for some of the conference. And so I also talk to a lot of young people, and I'm wondering, what does this mean what would this mean? I mean, this is clearly, there's a political message here. It's undeniable. People have openly said that today. So what does that mean for a generation of Catholics who say a church that has no place for President Joe Biden has no place for me? I mean, are you happy with a smaller, purer church?
Could I respond, Elizabeth, first?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for asking that question. Again, we would never say as a Catholic Church, we do not have a place for any person. We are always, as a church, an imitation of Christ, a church that opens arms wide and lead, God willing, to the loving and merciful embrace of God. So we never, ever cut off a person from the church. As teachers, we teach the truth in love. And that's our role as pastors. And we discussed that today. We were renewed in that role today, that we are pastors and we are teachers. And it's because we love and it's because we serve. We have to find the best way to communicate the truth with conviction and with compassion, and to make it inviting, an inviting path to follow. And again, I think Bishop Rhodes made a good point today. It would not be prudent at this press conference to talk about any individual, because that's not what this document is about. This document is about what we believe about the Eucharist, how to live a Eucharistic life, and to go forth in service. So, we do not cut off any person from the church. That's not who we are. We embrace people in love and mercy. Bishop Rhodes.
Bishop Burbidge, you said it well. I agree with everything you just said. So I think that answers the question.
Thank you.
The next question goes to Michael Laughlin from America Magazine.
Hi, thanks for taking my question, and thanks for making time after a long afternoon. We heard one bishop say that he felt that the process of crafting a document was being rushed, and he couldn't help but think it was because of the midterm and the next presidential election. And I'm just curious what your response to that would be. Is there a political consideration here, and how would you hope that this document affects the next two elections?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think it's being rushed. I think this is kind of a typical length of time for a pastoral statement. This isn't a pastoral letter. where there's, like years ago when they did the pastoral letter on the economy or the pastoral letter on war and peace. This is a pastoral statement, which is going to be a teaching document. But to me, we have sufficient time. We've been talking about this for months. We've had a number of meetings of the Doctrine Committee. As I said at the meeting today, we're open to input from the regions where bishops will meet in regional groups. We'll also have time in September, the other committees that will look over our draft, they can provide their input. So I think there is sufficient time before November. It never really crossed my mind, the politics of it, as far as the timing. That to me, just whoever, I think you said there was a comment about that today, about timing.
Yeah, the Bishop of Lubbock said that he couldn't help but think that the process was being rushed in order to ahead of the 2022 and 2024 elections.
No, that never entered my mind or the committees.
Yeah, Michael, I recall that. I recall that comment also, and I think I agree with Bishop Rhodes. There's the motivation. What's motivating us as bishops, as teachers, is the Eucharist, and and cited throughout our discussions today were the grave concerns about the lack of belief in real presence, the lack of people going to church. How are we going to get people back to church and that love for Eucharist when it's been mostly virtual for so long? And we are deeply motivated about lifting up the precious gift of the Eucharist as a source and summit of our lives. And for anyone, I feel extremely confident in saying those in favor of moving this letter forward, it's not a political motivation. It's motivating us is what the heart of our teaching and faith is. It's on the Eucharist. And I agree with Bishop Rhodes. There's plenty of time, and the conference has a process for us to allow for dialogue and further input and amendments. Now, some good suggestions were given today, and Bishop Rhodes, and on behalf of his committee, said, we're open to that too. Here's another way we might be able to dialogue. Maybe add some regional meetings where bishops can get together and talk in smaller groups. If the process can be improved, but let's get something in front of us to be able to dialogue about. And that's what this vote is all about. Can we just give the Doctrine Committee something for us to have in front of us, which is already in an outline form?
The next question goes to Ed Condon with the Pillar.
Thank you. This is a question for Bishop Rhodes. You mentioned the possibility and the suggestion by a number of bishops in favor of regional meetings or provincial meetings, and also being in favor of continuing with the drafting of this document. Is there the logistical scope for the bishops to sort of eat their cake and have it too between now and November? That is, can the drafting committee carry on with its work if it's approved in the vote? And is there still scope for regional meetings in advance of the November assembly?
Ed, that's a good question. I was thinking about that. I think what we can get started on very easily is part 1 and part 2, because I didn't sense that there was any issues there. I think the disagreements are in part 3. And so I think we can get started soon, right away, on parts 1 and 2. Part 3, I think it would be helpful if we can get more input from, we have other documents and other things we could start working on part 3, but before we would actually finish a draft, I would want to have that input from the regions. And I think the General Secretariat, I hope that they'll be able to have regional meetings during the summer so that, we can receive those results in due time by September, hopefully, so that we can finish the draft of the document so that we can send it to those other committees for their review. So it is a bit of a tight timeline, but I think it is possible.
I think it is too, because even in this year of the pandemic, one of the positive elements was bishops as regions felt the need to be communicating more frequently and getting together, setting that time aside, because there were so many issues to discuss and to benefit from each other and hear from each other. So we're kind of in the custom almost of this past year of having additional regional meetings, more so than we've ever done. So I think it's it's going to take effort and commitment, but it's certainly possible to do both. Thanks, Ed.
The next question goes to Jack Jenkins with Religion News Service.
Hi. Thank you again for taking my question. I have one question and then a unrelated follow-up that is actually not about the Eucharist. But the first one is just, to kind of piggyback on some questions that have already been asked. There's been this discussion that this document is not about one person or about just politicians, that it is broader than that. But anyone who watched the proceedings today, Joe Biden's name came up several times and the media didn't ask those questions. Those were your brother bishops bringing it up. While it sounded like this document could reference not just abortion, but also, say, white supremacy or other issues. There was one other proposal a few years ago in 2018 when a bishop proposed canonical penalties for people for Catholics who participated in the family separation policy along the U.S.-Mexico border, and there was nothing like this. There wasn't this movement for a document. So I'm curious, are you concerned that even if this document isn't about just Joe Biden or it isn't about politicians and it's not just about abortion, that inevitably it will be perceived that way, and that that the church could be put in the middle of this political logjam that several bishops get brought up? So basically, are you concerned about that this will be seen as a partisan effort?
That's a good question. I think the way we write Part 3 and the way we talk about Eucharistic consistency, I think the text itself hopefully will broaden this a bit so that they see, no, this applies to all Catholics. Yes, there is a special obligation of those who are in leadership because of their public visibility. But at the same time, and I said that in the answers to the questions today, it really is for all of us. I mean, Eucharistic consistency means that we really do examine ourselves, that we strive to live Eucharistic lives, which means we strive to live in communion with the teachings of the church and all of that. I can't, so I just hope that by the way we write it, that it will broaden people's understanding, and that it won't just focus on the president or any particular issue.
And
those issues are important. I don't want to minimize those, but I don't want it to just be that. Yeah.
I agree. I mean, just looking at, just seeing the outline and what is proposed and especially the first two chapters are going to be very rich in theology, in our faith, and in what we believe and who we are. I mean, so, I really do think I agree with Bishop Rhodes that once the document is seen, it's like, yeah, this is much more comprehensive than, against one person or one group of people or anything like that. But we keep saying that, and again that the question keeps being asked. So so we can't get tired of repeating what this document, the source, the reasons for this document and its content.
Got it. And my quick follow-up is just that we're coming out of a pandemic right now. And while, to invoke Joe Biden again, he's launched this vaccination effort before July 4th. And I know the USCCB does partner with the federal government on things like refugee resettlement. And I'm curious, either the USCCB itself or bishops in general, is there either already in motion efforts to kind of participate in that vaccination effort? either partnering with the federal government or it's just part of a broader vaccination push. I'm just curious if the USCCB or the bishops in general are actively a part of that push to vaccinate the country before July 4th.
Well, I know that throughout this process, the Catholic Church has certainly keeping the health and priority well-being of all the faithful in mind. And I know in dioceses throughout the country, there have been locations where the vaccine was made available, where people were welcome to participate on site. So I don't know of any formal agreement between the conference and this initiative, but certainly the compassion to keep all people healthy and safe and try to get the vaccine to as many people who are looking to receive it. Bishop Rhodes?
No, I agree. I think it's mostly happening on the local level.
Yeah.
Like Bishop Burbidge said, I can speak here in my own diocese, parishes, schools, et cetera, for example, that are vaccination sites. I'm not aware of anything on the level of the national conference. I don't know.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next question goes to Dennis Sadowski with Catholic News Service.
Hello. Thanks for taking me to ask a question. I am wondering, the process seemed to evolve over time of developing this letter, Bishop Rhodes. So that way, in the past seemed to change kind of quickly when Cardinal Ladaria's letter came through in May. I'm just wondering, how influential is that? Is that the perception that's out there that you're trying to combat and overcome, even among some of your fellow bishops?
That's a good question. I think the plan has evolved, because when Archbishop Gomez first asked me if the doctrine committee would do a document, a draft document on Eucharistic consistency, he also had in mind something broader, in the sense of placing it within the context of the strategic plan of the U.S. bishops that's focused on the Eucharist, as well as the Eucharistic revival. So, and then that's also what the doctrine committee, we recommended the same thing. But we still use that language of national policy until we got the letter from Cardinal Ladaria. And I think we took that out because even though our intent wasn't to issue national norms, that term national policy kind of led people to think we were talking about legislative approach. So it just seemed best to take that out altogether, because, we weren't, our plan wasn't to go in that direction. So we took that out, and we're just going to be looking at the theological and doctrinal part, which would be foundational for the church's discipline. And I think that's still important, and that's still going to be in there. So I hope that answers your question. It did evolve, but it was broader than a national policy from the beginning. The national policy was just part of that.
And yeah, one real quick follow-up on that, because of the strategic plan that was adopted in November, was there any talk by the Doctrine Committee of having this kind of document before the strategic plan was put forth? Was it because of the election of a Catholic president that it really took on a new momentum?
It was not, this began, I can only speak for the Doctrine Committee. It only came to us when Archbishop Gomez asked us. So it didn't originate with us. We were not planning anything until he asked us.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, the next question goes to Ann Thompson with NBC News.
Thank you, Chico. Hi, Bishop Rhodes. This question is for you, and it's simply this. With this document, aren't you running the risk of turning the Eucharist into a political football?
No. I think that the politicizing of of this is coming from elsewhere. I think our whole point here is really, it's not new. I mean, the whole idea of Eucharistic consistency is something that's been taught by bishops and Pope Benedict XVI, the Latin American bishops. It's something that's a very beautiful concept, that we are to live what we receive. I always think of Mother Teresa and the connection between Eucharist and life. It was the Eucharist that motivated her to go out to the poor and to serve the dying. And I think it's integral to our faith in the Eucharist that this is a mystery to be lived. It should impact our life, that we bear witness to Christ. So that's what it's about. Now, what are the political repercussions of that? Well, we're all supposed to be living a moral life and be living the gospel. That's what Eucharistic consistency is about.
And yet Pope Francis says that communion is not a reward for saints, but the bread of sinners.
Right.
So doesn't that mean everyone can come to the communion rails? We're all sinners in some way, shape, or form.
No, that is not the teaching of the Catholic Church. Those in the state of mortal sin are not allowed to go to Holy Communion unless they've repented and gone to confession first. That's defined Catholic doctrine. That's not, and Pope Francis, I'm sure, Pope Francis holds that.
So is voting.
That's in the Catechism of the Catholic Church.
But I understand that. But if voting for for abortion services, is that a mortal sin? Does that put you in a state of mortal sin?
That whole issue, I mean, we're not getting into we've already taught on that issue in faithful citizenship. So all that's kind of taking us away from what our focus here is. The document Forming Consciences for Faithful Citizen talks about the responsibilities of Catholics when it comes to voting. That's kind of, I think, a separate issue from what we're talking about when we're talking about the Eucharist. So we're not getting into, we're not getting into the voting and its relationship to the Eucharist. That's not what we're doing.
But isn't that why Archbishop Naumann today said that because President Biden has the most pro-abortion agenda in history, that's why this needs to happen?
I would have to let Archbishop Naumann, I don't want to speak for him. I feel uncomfortable speaking for him, what he meant by that.
Okay, let's take, I regret that we're actually running up against time. The last question goes to Christopher White with National Catholic Reporter.
Thank you. A question for Bishop Rhodes. Some of those speaking out today against the communion document are some of the bishops that are perceived to be closest to Pope Francis, cardinals who are by definition principal collaborators with the Pope. So I'm just curious how you would respond to the charge by some that by moving ahead with the document, it sort of evidences a bishop's conference out of sync with the Pope and his own desires on the matter.
I love Pope Francis. I don't see anything that we're doing that would be inconsistent with the teaching of Pope Francis. As a matter of fact, I would like to include some of his teaching in the document.
Yeah, that's if I could add to that too. That's a little unsettling to hear that comment. That whatever statement and the teachings within this document, with whatever the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops does, is consistent with our Catholic faith and always in union, with our Holy Father. And that's why we often use his quotes. And if you look at the outline that's being proposed, it's very, very reflective of who Pope Francis is and what he says. He talks about, the awe and wonder we should have to the Eucharist. Yes, he talks about, correct, that none of us are worthy to receive the Eucharist. In a sense, it's a precious gift, but we do put ourselves in the disposition of receiving it worthily. And he often quotes, Pope Francis quotes Jesus, when he would forgive and when he would heal sinners. Well, the Lord himself would say, then go and sin no more. You have to repent. And so the bishops who, whether you're voting for this document to come forward or not to go forward, to simplify and say, well, that's the Pope, those are Pope, or in closer collaboration with Pope Francis, that's not a reality. The bishops here today spoke consistently on either side of their union with the Holy Father, and often on both sides, use Francis's own words. And so that's something that I really would like to reaffirm, that this position has nothing to do with your on one side of collaboration, the Holy Father, the other side. No, we're all here in union with the Holy Father, and certainly being consistent with what he's preaching as he shepherds the universal church.
I even think that third part is so much Pope Francis.
Yes.
Eucharist, a mystery to be lived. I mean, Catholic teaching is the Eucharist educates us to love. The Eucharist commits us to the poor. The Eucharist commits us to defend the life and the dignity of the unborn, of the migrant, of the sick, of the dying. I mean, there's an intimate connection between the Eucharist and our mission to love. And that's, I think, what Pope Francis is all about.
Every bishop makes that pledge, that promise when he's ordained a bishop, pledges that loyalty and the faithfulness to the Holy Father. And, and we saw that play out throughout these past couple of days too, across the board, even though we have different opinions and different ways we may implement our pastoral skills or decisions.
I'm so sorry we're not able to get to all the questions today. Bishop Burbidge, would you like to offer any concluding remarks as we wrap up?
Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you again, everyone, for your presence here this afternoon. Thank you, Chieko, for leading our discussions in this format. And thank you, everyone, for your time. We're most grateful.
Okay. Thank you, Your Excellencies, for your time this afternoon. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the press, for your participation in this press briefing. Please go to the website tomorrow at 1:00 p.m. Eastern Time for the live stream of Day 3 of the Bishops' Assembly. If members of the media have any additional questions, as always, please reach out to the Public Affairs Office for any assistance, and my team will be happy to assist you. Have a good evening.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.